take the opportunity to welcome everybody to our September 16th Board of County Commissioner Workshop. We have 8 items on the agenda today, so we'll try to get through them as quickly as we can. A couple, number 2 and 3, which is the American Rescue Plan and Manufactured Housing Strategy, we're going to move back to follow the Capital Improvement Program, number 7 item. So we're moving that back. Commissioner Gerard is hoping to would asked us if we could do that to accommodate her schedule. We'll see. She's going to call in, Zoom in at 11 or 12, something like that. And if we're still going, she'll participate, assuming we do that as we always do, allow folks to participate with our workshop. So anybody have any questions before we get started? Okay. Well, let's just jump right in. Barry, go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners. The first item up is a benefits update, and I'd ask Kimberly Crum, our Director of Human Resources, to come forward. This is a proposed change to our benefit plan, and obviously anytime you make a change to a benefit plan, it touches every employee, and so we wanted to present the information to you, get any feedback, but be able to communicate out to our employees well ahead of the upcoming open enrollment period. So, Kimberly, I'll turn it over to you.
Welcome, Kimberly. Good to have you here.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be in front of you this morning to talk about some benefits updates, and we certainly appreciate Barry's invitation to give you a bit of a preview. We have a number of contracts that are going to be coming before you in October, and that puts us, perilously close to our November 1st date for the kickoff of open enrollment. And because we have some changes proposed this year, we want to make sure that we have time for timely and transparent communication with our employees, and that we have that time well ahead of the November 1st announcements. So if I could ask Pete to bring up the slides. There we go. Thank you. Teamwork makes the dream work, right?
Are they going to be coming on?
So the contracts that we have expiring at the end of this year are medical, mental health, EAP, Medicare Advantage, which is our retirees over 65 Medicare Advantage plans, our prescription drug plan, and our dental plans. So knowing that, at the end of 2020, we launched an RFP process for the following contracts that are ready to expire. In partnership with Purchasing and Willis Towers Watson, we did a 2-stage RFP process. And the first step was really just a pre-qualification to eliminate any folks that really couldn't handle an organization our size with our complexities. And then the second phase was a very detailed service approach questionnaire. In fact, I know you all are used to seeing large RFPs, but our medical RFP questionnaire alone was over 700 pages. And so we convened 2 cross-functional evaluation teams that were made up of leaders across from our Benefits Advisory Committee, which are people chosen by the appointing authorities. They did the homework and looked very deep and wide into the voluminous questionnaires, and they came prepared for discussions in an open purchasing meeting. And we did have robust discussions around what the various bidders were able to offer, and we're so grateful for their contributions and their excellent work. And when we finished those meetings, each time it was very clear within the team who the better choices were. And so these are the recommendations that the committees have come to bring to you today. First, we're recommending that we move from United Healthcare and Optum to Cigna for medical, EAP, and mental health. For prescription drug plan, we're recommending that we remain with ESI, which is Express Scripts, and that happens to be owned by Cigna. Our dental plan, we recommend that we remain with Cigna as well. And for the Medicare Advantage plan, we recommend that we move from United Healthcare to Aetna. And we'll discuss some of the major reasons for these changes now. First of all, Cigna has a very robust network. It's a large nationwide network that covers our folks no matter where they are. The vast majority of our claims, when compared with the United Healthcare Claims Administration versus the Cigna Claims Administration running the same claims year over year, there's a 1.9% disruption, which means a very small fraction of those claims would be considered out of network with Cigna that were considered in network with United Healthcare. And of course, even though that's a very small number, if you are an employee or family member with a provider that you prefer and your provider is considered out of network with Cigna, you're going to care about that, and we care about that. And so we want to make sure, again, that we've got timely and transparent communication with our employees and their families so that we can begin to work toward Cigna's commitment to us to do continuous recruitment for providers that are not yet in their network. We also want to make sure that the transition of care plan that we've negotiated is well communicated. You know, we do have some employees or family members who may be mid-treatment for serious health conditions. And when I think of that, I probably think of chemotherapy and radiation first, but there are many other serious conditions that might be, that are considered under transition of care as well. So it's really important to us that we get out early with communication to those folks so that they don't have any concern about a hiccup in their care. For example, with the contract that's negotiated with Cigna, there is a 90-day transition period so that anything that has been authorized under UHC will be honored for 90 days after January 1st. And so...
Quick question. I'm sorry, but so that 90 days that you're talking about takes care of, and so it'll take care of the transition, then they'll be on Cigna.
Yes, well, they'll be on Cigna the whole time from January 1st forward. But anything that was authorized under United Healthcare will transition over. Okay. It'll be treated as if it were authorized under United Healthcare.
And then going back to the previous bullet point, there's out of network for Cigna. Is there possibilities of being out of network in our county?
Yes.
So that we're going to be able to deal with?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Anytime you're changing carriers like this, and remember, you know, our claims, we are a self-funded plan, so the county pays the claims. We're just using Cigna or United Healthcare for the administration, the claims administration process, and for their network. And we're very confident that Cigna has an incredibly robust network in the county and beyond, and that for those minimal disruptions that we'll be able to work together to make sure that the recruitment efforts are done early and often so that when we flip to Cigna in January, we've got very little concerns.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Commissioner Seal?
Who else is the large provider? I mean, who else uses Cigna? Does the school board use Cigna?
You know, I'm not familiar with who the school board uses. Forgive me, Commissioner, I'm not sure. But I know Hillsborough County uses Cigna and has for a number of years. And I believe one of the southern counties, I can't remember if it's Sarasota or Manatee.
Okay, if we could get more information
Sure.
on that, as well as, is this going to be a PPO?
The plan that we have today, you'll see in a moment, is going to remain the same. There's
Okay.
no change in the plan.
Okay.
So the way...
And, you know, have we checked out to ask whether other users are happy with Cigna?
Absolutely. Yes, we're very confident.
Commissioner Long?
Is When you talk about this being a countywide plan, does that include the sheriff's office and personnel?
The sheriff's office is not contemplated under this plan. They manage their health care plan separately.
The sheriff's office has their own plan. They manage it separately, have for many, many years.
Many years. Yeah.
I guess the question would be, are there economies from them being on the same plan? Or have we looked at that? And how long ago did we look at that?
Since I've been here, we have not looked at that. Once you get up, so, we have a large enough employee base to where we get our maximum discounts as a self-insured plan. We're at that size to where we can do that independently. Would it be better to have it combined? Maybe. But I don't know that you get any more discount out of your provider, because what you're getting is you're buying their discounts, their negotiated discounts with their doctor groups and hospital groups and things like that. We're at a size where we probably max that out regardless. But we can always look at that, but that would be a major change.
So I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair, because when I first came on the commission, the sheriff was engaged with us as a partner, because that first kerfluffle that we had during the contracts, he stood with us in our press release that we had regarding that. So I'm curious about at what point they went their separate ways, number one. Number two, I would like to know what other large governmental agency works with Cigna. I know personally that there were a lot of providers that did not take United Healthcare, for example, and I'd be curious whether or not those same providers took Cigna. And I'd like to know whether or not you covered in your conversation, whether or not, because you mentioned that they'd be covered for 90 days, during the transition.
Yes, ma'am.
And does that relate to pregnancy as well? Because, that's longer than 90 days.
Yes, ma'am. Well, the intent is that anything that UHC has authorized will be automatically taken care of for 90 days, and that gives employees time to get additional authorizations through Cigna. So pregnancy is definitely covered under transition of care. And that's very standard for the industry, and we're very confident that we'll be able to manage within that 90 days to ensure none of our employees has a hiccup in any ongoing serious health conditions that they have.
Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Seal, in response to your question, it was United. They haven't re-engaged for their contract with the school board for insurance.
Okay.
So it was United. The school board also became self-insured maybe 3.5, 4 years ago. We went through a brokerage process. The areas where we differed, though, were in the pharmaceutical concerns for Class 4 drugs, et cetera. And the concern was based on the age and the type of illnesses with the various employees, for prolonged illnesses or diabetics and things like that, making sure that the medications that they needed were still a part of the formulary for prescription. So we went with another company for that gave us the best bang for our buck for our employees. But Pinellas County Schools is also self-insured, hasn't always been, but it was United. And so they're still under United as a contract until when they renegotiate.
Do they use Express Scripts?
No.
No?
Not at the time, no. I don't know what they may have in their package, that they're contemplating going forward, but no, we did not. Not.
Anything else?
No, I just wanted to answer her question.
Commissioner Law?
Yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In our self-insured program, is there a cap on that?
What do you mean by a cap? There's whatever the claims are, the county is obligated to pay claims.
But
So
is
there's
it
no
up
cap
to
on-
a certain level before an insurance company comes in and covers the rest,
I believe you may be asking about stop-loss insurance.
or whatever? Yeah.
Yes, we do have a stop-loss insurance coverage in place, and we intend to keep that, so that on individual claims over a certain amount, the insurance company picks that up. because of our policy that we've purchased. And same thing for an aggregate. If we get to a total claims expenditure, then the insurance policy picks up beyond that. And in such an uncertain world, we believe that's a very important
Yeah,
feature to have
sure.
in our plan.
And can we find out what those dollar levels are?
Absolutely, we can. I'm sorry I don't know them off the top of my head, but we certainly can. And follow up with that.
I also want to say, just thinking about insurance costs being set also based on your loss experience ratio, it may not be to our benefit to partner with the sheriff's office just because of the mere fact of what their job is, that their level of potentially workers' comp situations and incidents and accidents would be much higher, so their loss experience ratio would be much higher, which would cause premiums to be much higher. So that may not be to our benefit if we were to partner with them. Even if we receive any type of discounts, they would be completely offset by increases in premiums.
That would require a lot of analysis, but certainly those are factors that would need to be considered.
Yeah.
In response to Commissioner Flowers' comments, though, they have a much younger population, which would counter our aging population.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think
As
they
you
would
know,
say that
they're-
they're very physically fit.
Yeah, no, most of the time they are.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
All right. Cigna additionally offered a great number of enhancements for our employees. First, today we enjoy one on-site resource, nurse liaison through UHC, and in their proposal, Cigna proposed 4 on-site resources. The most important of which is the return of a customer service representative who is a Cigna employee on site who has access to our employees' information, which of course your HR department doesn't have today, nor should we. And so when employees come to us with questions about a claim or questions about various issues around their insurance, it's oftentimes very difficult for us to answer. We have to put them in touch with a Cigna representative. In the future, starting January 1, we will have an on-site representative with a confidential area to speak to our employees about any questions they have, not only about their medical plan, but also the dental plan and the prescription plan, since we are bundling them all with Cigna. We'll also continue to have the nurse liaison who performs the duties that she performs today. We have an option to add a health coach as part of the contract. That person can work with employees who have particular conditions, maybe around nutrition or weight loss or management, health management of various different conditions. Also, we have the option for an administrative support representative as well during peak areas. We do a lot of our processes and benefits right now are very manual, and so the addition of a potential support person would be helpful as well. Cigna offers a whole body wellness platform called Motivate Me, which is similar to the Rally that we have today through UHC. We feel it's a step up for us in being able to manage our biometric screening process that we do each year, and so we're very excited about that. They're also offering a 24/7, 365 customer service line that we think our employees, especially those who work odd shifts, are really going to appreciate. They have a pre-enrollment line dedicated to the county during our annual enrollment process where employees can call anytime and get questions answered about their plans. And then because we're bundling with Cigna, we get a single sign-on for our employees. And I don't know if you all are managing a variety of vendors, but to be able to sign on with a single sign-on for medical, dental, and pharmacy is going to be a great benefit as well, with one number to call. So from a financial perspective, we feel like this makes so much sense as well. When we bundle the medical contract with existing prescription and dental contracts, we stand to save $837,000 in the first 5 years of the contract. There are a number of ways that we accomplish that through various fees, but suffice to say that we get a competitive administrative fee, a flat fee for 5 years, and that we've negotiated escalators in the 6th and 7th years that are capped at 3%. There are also a number of performance guarantees where Cigna is putting some of their fee money at risk if they fail to perform under performance implementation, clinical, or trend guarantees that they've made. Moving to Medicare Advantage, this is the plan for our over 65 retirees. Just as it was clear that Cigna was the best choice for our actives, Aetna really surpassed all the competition for our over 65 retirees. They're able to duplicate the plans we have today while guaranteeing low rates, allowing us to hold premiums flat for our retirees. They're reintroducing a number of benefits to our folks as well. First, I don't know if you all are aware of the Silver Sneakers program, but it is very, very popular. And last year, United Healthcare eliminated that in favor of their own plan. And boy, did we hear about it. And so we are particularly excited to be having the Silver Sneakers plan available for our Medicare Advantage retirees again. And, you know, as people talk to their neighbors and friends and relatives, they sometimes pick up other options that are available under other Medicare Advantage plans, like a meal plan and transportation services within some restrictions. And both of those options are available under the new plan as well. And for the county, we have some improvements as well. We get some implementation and communication assistance. We get a very small wellness allowance, some performance guarantees, and a 3-year rate guarantee. And because there are capped increases for years 4 and 5, we really feel like this provides stability for our retirees and allows them to take a breath over the next few years. I was before you just a few weeks ago regarding voluntary benefits, but this is a part of our offerings for annual enrollment this year. And so just to recap that very quickly, this was an idea that was really hot when I arrived last year, and I think the EAC had been talking about this and working with staff for a number of years, and we're really glad to be able to put this before our employees this year for those who are interested. Of course, we went through the purchasing process through Willis Towers Watson and our Benefits Advisory Committee, and we're looking at 3 different plans, or policies, if you will, that will be provided by AFLAC, an accident policy, a critical illness policy, and a hospitalization policy. And employees can buy one or more of those. It'll be payroll deducted, 100% paid by the employee. But should they have a triggering event that qualifies under one of the policies, then they would receive a lump sum payout. And for our folks who are interested in having that extra support and extra backstop, we feel like this is a great plan, and we're really looking forward to unveiling that. So there are a number of things that are changing, but there's a lot that isn't changing as well. I mentioned earlier, because of your questions, that our employee premiums we're able to hold those flat for both employees and retirees, and that's such good news in such a challenging year. Our plan designs are not changing in 2022. We're keeping everything consistent. Our vision coverage, disability and FMLA services, our FSA services, and life insurance remains with the existing companies that we have today. And so we're looking forward to communicating with staff. Again, timely and transparent communication is key, especially for somebody who's new in the role, to make sure that we're being effective in managing people's expectations and making sure that they understand we have their best interests at heart, particularly those that are in transition of care and those who need additional support. And so we appreciate your seeing our preview today, and ask for your support that we can begin communicating with our employees. And that concludes my presentation.
Yes, Commissioner Flowers.
A comment. First of all, I'm glad to see that we have AFLAC as a part of the plan. I was intrigued to see when I came on board that we didn't have that as a part, especially when you have employees that may have a one-day surgery or something of that nature. It pays that employee, so they're not worried about losing any type of financial income benefit, so it's really good on that one. I do have a question about the prescription piece. I just always have a question about that because we do have a number of people that have some ongoing medical issues that require, like insulin, and things of that nature. So how, I know you said our prescription plan is not changing. So how are we, as it relates to class 1, 2, 3, and 4 drugs? The prices are remaining the same, slight bump up, or what during your negotiations?
I'm going to ask Kelly Faircloth, our benefits manager, is with me today. And when you get into the detail, I'm going to make sure I confirm the right answer for you, Commissioner. Our goal is to keep all things flat and even for the coming year, but to the extent that you're asking me about specific parts of the prescription drug plan, I'm going to ask Kelly to join me for that.
Okay.
Our goal, obviously, every year, prescription drugs is a hot area. In fact, it's seeing the most increase in trend of any part of our medical plan. And so there are best practices that each of the organizations propose for us each year. And we tend to follow most of those best practices with regard to which drugs go in which level. And when generics come out, how we treat name brand drugs when new generics come out. So thank you, Kelly, for.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
Good morning.
My name is Kelly Faircloth. I'm the HR officer over Benefits and Wellness. And to talk a little bit more about pharmacy, yes, we're staying with ESI. That's the recommendation. And ESI and all other PBMs, pharmacy benefit managers, do tend to update their formularies once or twice a year. That's really common, and we're not unused to seeing that. When drugs come off, it's usually because something else has come in that is less expensive, less costly to the county and to the employee. We always question that when we see that happening because we want to make sure that anybody that's already gone through the rigmarole of step authorizations and so on and so forth doesn't have to start over again. And so we are always looking to make sure that our employees get what they need. And if there's any time that a drug comes off the plan, but the employee has already been through all kinds of things trying to get to the drug that works for them, the doctor can always state that it is medically necessary, and then ESI will cover it. And we do that quite often, actually. As a matter of fact, I was just talking to somebody a couple of weeks ago to get that arranged. So we feel very confident that we'll be able to help the employees meet their needs. And then we're also always on the lookout, as is ESI, and Willis Towers Watson, our consultant as well, for those benefits that drug companies actually offer, where they will also give the employees a break if they sign up. And sometimes those things last for a year or more. I particularly had a drug that I was taking a couple years back, and it was like a 3-tier on the 3rd tier, so it was the most expensive one. And I got that arrangement through the company itself, and I only had to pay $25 every time I filled it. So those are really great arrangements, too, and we try to stay in the know about that.
That's wonderful, because I know I serve on the board for Northside Hospital, and a lot of the physicians have just put out their best practices for even different types of antibiotics, and
Right.
switching over them. My last question is, anything related to, any conversation or dialogue related to COVID treatments once someone has been hospitalized, and what those costs may look like in this new formulary?
So the COVID treatment is ever evolving, as we know, and to my knowledge, again, I'm not a medical professional, but to my knowledge, there isn't any one specific, like a Tamiflu, that would work for COVID. But that treatment is, of course, covered by the plan. And up till January 31st of this year, it was actually 100% covered by the plan. The employees didn't have to pay anything. At that time, January 31st, it then reverted to the usual copay coinsurance and meet your deductible model.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
You're
Nice to meet
welcome.
you.
Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions. One, we typically only hear from employees or from family members when there's a problem with it. And I've never had a real issue with United, except for a few years back when there was an issue with contracts with All Children's and with Baycare. And so I just was curious about the status of Cigna's relationship with our major
providers in Pinellas County?
So Baycare is a major provider, and I'll be honest with you, this past year, we have had difficulties under United Healthcare with their Baycare negotiations. Baycare Labs was a problem, and of course, many employees really enjoy the use of Baycare Labs. So it was a real effort on behalf of the benefits team and our consultant Willis Towers Watson to push UHC into making sure they resolved that relationship problem. And they did, but I don't know, of course, we're not privy to the contract negotiations between the provider and the carrier. That's between them. So I don't know what the exact problem was, but it took a number of months to get it resolved, and we had to have UHC go back and cover things that didn't get covered the first time. So we have not heard anything like that with UHC, with Cigna. They are actually one of their partners, and I've not heard any information that there's been any problems.
So Cigna has a long-standing good relationship. Baycare, that's the number one question I heard was, my doctors do Baycare, all my, I go to St. Anthony's for my lab work, Baycare is the number one thing, at least in South Pinellas. And I just want to make sure that was, Cigna Baycare was all good.
Yeah, it's something we hear all the time as well, and we are really excited to let employees know that Baycare Labs is actually one of the biometric screening partners for Cigna, which hasn't been the case with UHC.
And then just out of curiosity, the bundling, which makes sense to me. I always hated that we had one dental, one. Tell us about it. When we put out the RFP, was that option given to United to come in and I don't even know I assume they offer all those things, and so
Yes.
they had that same kind of opportunity. Okay.
Yes.
And then just at a personal thing, again, I've never had a problem with United. Everything's been, and then one issue we did have was Cigna Dental a few years ago, and the customer service was outstanding. So for whatever that's worth. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Seal?
Because everybody's having to go through a different process for biometric screening this year, is that going to be honored by Cigna? Or is they going to have to do it again?
It's going to be enhanced. They'll do the same things they're doing this year, but with more options for that lab visit if they don't use the physician form. Everything that can be done today will be able to be done next year, but they will also have the option to use LabCorp instead of just Quest if they make their appointment directly with the lab. And of course, we heard a lot about that this year. Employees did not like that they only had the option to go to Quest for option one, the lab form. And so now LabCorp has been added to that. And we haven't announced that, of course, but we're very excited to
So
announce that.
LabCorp is already added for this year?
For next year, for January 1st.
January 1st.
Yeah.
But in other words, through December 31st, people will still.
Oh, yes.
That'll be honored.
Yes.
And they don't have to do the survey or anything else again.
No, they do have to do the survey and the biometric screening this year.
Correct, but they don't
and-
have to do it again when you change over to Cigna?
No. Whatever it happens for January 1 will be for the following year. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and then I hesitate to say anything, but I will ask that you prod Express Scripts a bit more. I have not found them to be doctor-friendly or customer-friendly. And I personally have had quite a few issues. And so I don't know whether some of the other employees have had issues or if you've had complaints about Express Scripts, but my doctors are over it.
So we do hear things from time to time, and I know that you've had some particular issues. It's not a widespread thing. It typically revolves around drugs that are specialty or that are coming off the formulary. But I will tell you, if I hear from somebody that they're having an issue, I'm going to get on the phone with Express Scripts and get it ironed out. But, if I don't know about it, I can't do that, obviously. But once I hear about it, I am going to work with them, and I'll rope in anybody else that needs to come in to get the issue resolved.
Right, but in other words, I dealt directly with Express Scripts, and my doctor dealt with Express Scripts, and it was not a good process. And so the doctor themselves complained.
Yep.
Thank you for the feedback, Commissioner.
Any other questions? Okay, so I guess all you need from us is go forth and communicate.
Just put us in, coaches.
Yeah.
I think they want to know that when the contract comes back to you, because if they put this out, there's no turning back to the employees.
I do think there were some questions asked this morning, so.
And I think when we put the information out to employees, it is all pending your approval.
Yeah.
And so Barry is correct that once we begin talking about it, it feels real to people, but certainly it is pending your approval.
I mean, I think this is the time to express if we have any concerns. I mean, I'm counting on the process that we went through and the people that were involved, and that the bundled approach, and that we have that all those pieces are in place. So far be it for me to understand the elements that are involved in the process. So, but if you have a question, now's the time to bring it up.
I just do want to reiterate that they had a really robust team that's made up of all the different constitutional officers and appointing authorities, and these are our employees that are certainly sensitive to, especially when you make a major change like this. So, from my standpoint, I do have to kind of defer to them. They went through that evaluation process. When I heard we were going to change, I've been through that before, and and it may only be 1.9%, but every one of them call you. And that's a lot of people, It's tough. I mean, that is a big change. So I'm hesitant, but I will tell you, it was a very robust process. I think they led a good evaluation process, and they went into that fully knowing, the challenges anytime you make a major change like that. So.
Well, if they don't live up to it, that one person that we have on that'll be here from there, they'll be overloaded. So hopefully they'll be good and they'll work well with our employees. But again, any final comments? Yes, Commissioner Seal.
So the on-site person, that's not an option. They are going to have somebody on-site, because that is
Absolutely.
a welcome return, because we used to have that,
Yeah.
and that person was awesome.
Yeah.
And Kelly, then it won't be all on you as we
Yes.
work through it. But, I guess I just really, before this comes back to us, I would really appreciate if we kind of put our listening ears on and made sure that other governmental, as Commissioner Long mentioned, governmental users have been happy with them. I mean, I really want their references checked out robustly. And I thought Commissioner Flowers made some good comments about the formularies and what the school board went through. So we might even have to, have further conversations with them about that. Thank
Just
you.
On those 4 on-site resource officers, are there going to be 4, or are there going to be, yes, there going to be 4 distinct people in these 4 areas that you mentioned?
4 distinct people, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Flowers, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for the presentation. Having worked in the human resource field, this is kind of something that we went through periodically every 3 years or so, just renegotiating those contracts. So I know how difficult it could be, even if you have a broker in between for you. I've had experience with United through Pinellas County Schools, but also through Gulf Coast Jewish Family Community Services. We typically flowed between United and Aetna because there was always a market increase, and sometimes that increase was just, sometimes over 300% increase, and we just couldn't afford it. I've not had Cigna in a long time. I will tell you, Commissioner Justice, United they were bad paymasters, quite frankly. That was one of the issues. Dr. Guerriere in Rosa Parks Medical Center, he stopped taking United. And so, I had to look for another primary care physician or pay him, the regular going rate. So I know that those were some problems we were experiencing. I can't speak overall, but those were some of the problems we were experiencing. Payments were delayed, or the reimbursement was lower than, what a doctor could look at in order to keep their facility going. I've not heard anything bad. I've been in that arena, for a while, almost, over 15 years, and I've not heard anything negative against Cigna. I haven't heard, like rave reviews, but I haven't heard anything negative as it relates to their care, the ability for them to react immediately upon claims, high-value claims, because sometimes you could have that one claim that really takes you over the limit. So I've not heard anything negative about them, but in reading some of the information, my only concern was just the loss experience ratio and how we would be graded on that, and the pharmaceutical program, which, that seems to really get some people financially if they can't afford it. Thank you so much, though, for mentioning, because you can contact some of those pharmacies, and they have those various programs where they will put you on a formulary with them, and you pay them directly. You can get a 6-month supply, 3-month supply, or what have you, and that is very helpful. So just sharing that those are my experiences.
Thank you. Commissioner
But-
Long?
But, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This was my wheelhouse for a very long time in another chapter of my life. So I would like to suggest that it might be very wise. We do have a local office right here in Pinellas County of the Department of Financial Services, which has regulatory authority over the insurance industry. And it would be, I think, wise for us to check with them to see what kind of level of complaints they have for Cigna versus United. I can tell you horror stories about some organizations that never bothered to do that it would have been very enlightening. Number two, I listen carefully always to the remarks from Commissioner Seal, and I also take advantage of the Scripps program, and for me, it has kind of sort of been seamless, and seeing Kelly today is making me think, oh, I think there might have been a recent glitch, and I would like her to check into that, so I'll catch you before you leave. But I do think it would be important for us to have Kelly or someone inquire on behalf of Commissioner Seal where they see the breakdown on their end with regard to processes and/or whatever glitch or hiccup or kerfluffle or whatever you want to call it happened to her. It's probably safe to say if it happened to her, it could have happened to a whole bunch of other people, and we don't even know it. And maybe they don't know who to, raise the red flag to. So I just think that would be important to know, and maybe you can report back to Commissioner Seal so she can share it with her doctor as well. I think that would be a good thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So would you recommend employees today look at their doctor's website and look at insurance accepted and get an idea of, and I just actually pulled up my doctor right now, and it's Cigna Health Insurance is on the list. Whereas United, there were several different types of United that you had to make sure it was the right one. But it's the Cigna Health Insurance is the only thing that pops up. Is that the one?
Yes, so you'll find that the networks from all the major carriers pretty much overlap, except for, maybe small places, but we're going to be communicating the website that people can use to check to see if their doctor is on Cigna. Of course, they can always ask their doctor as well. And then that pre-enrollment line that's going to open up is also a good place for people to go. They can call that number, get a dedicated Cigna representative, and they can go through their whole list of doctors
Okay.
with them, and facilities, if they have a specific facility that they really like to use.
Yeah, that's great. And that, I mean, you don't get much more personal than your doctor. I can tell you I was a state of Florida employee and, again, a self-insured plan. And for most of eternity, they had Blue Cross or Florida Blue as their administrator. But for a year in the late 90s, for whatever reason, they got rid of Blue and went with a computer company to manage the benefits. It was the craziest thing. And so you lost Blue Cross as a network, and it was a patchwork of different HMOs and PPOs and providers that we had never heard of. And so we finally found a doctor that was on Beach Street PPO or whatever out of like Jacksonville or something. Anyway, it's very critical that we make sure that we have the broadest network possible, and that's why I always ask about Baycare, because we did have an issue 4, 5, 6 years ago with Baycare and United, so thank you.
Commissioner Seal?
And specifically the Aetna plan, what is that called? what's the name of for the retirees? What's that Aetna plan called?
That's the Medicare Advantage plan.
It's called Medicare Advantage?
Yes, it's the same exact Medicare Advantage plan that we have now with UHC, just different carrier. We ask that they have all the terms the same, so nothing's changing in the actual plan.
Okay.
Okay. So I think you probably have a fairly positive message to go start communicating, obviously subject to approval of the contracts, but yeah, I think it's important that we start getting the word out and people start checking their doctors. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Appreciate the presentation. Okay. We
Okay.
are going to move on to land use and zoning hearing procedures.
Yep, so we have, two items, the land use and zoning procedures the commissioners have requested, and then also on the annexation process, and Glenn Bailey is coming up to cover those.
Yeah, as we got input from all of you, and we sprinkled them in with other things that the staff wanted to get to, and some of the things that we were asking about staff was going to be bringing anyway, so
Right.
we're kind of
And
mixing them in over the next
some of these you
several.
had specific questions,
Yep.
some you just wanted an update, a kind of a refresher, and so we just tried to group them together into, kind of pertinent topics. So take it away, Glenn.
Hey, Glenn, welcome.
Good morning. Glenn Bailey, zoning manager with Housing Community Development. This is a discussion of the public hearing process alternatives and basically the potential bifurcation of land use and zoning. Currently, we combine land use and zoning into a single hearing where we have a single staff report, presentation, public comment period, and motion. There are other available options. One would be a completely separate land use and zoning hearing process. Another option would be a hybrid approach, and I'll speak more of those momentarily. Again, the current process, we have land use rezoning cases heard concurrently under one agenda item. That's both for the LPA, Local Planning Agency, and the Board of County Commissioners. There's a single application fee, single staff report presentation and motion, and a combined notice and public hearing. There are two, it's important to note there are two future land use amendment types. One is a small scale where amendments are 50 acres or fewer, and large scale where amendments are greater than 50 acres. This is very infrequent. This has recently increased from 10 acres by House Bill 487, signed a law by the governor. And one of the cases you recently heard, the one near the primary sanctuary, which was large scale at the time, would not be anymore. And again, with small scale amendments, the LPA hearing is a land use and zoning concurrently. BCC hearing, again, is land use and zoning concurrently. And then it goes through the countywide planning authority process if it's applicable. And for large-scale amendments, we had the LPA hears it just like a small-scale amendment. They land use and zoning concurrently. In the first BCC hearing, land use amendment is transmitted to the state. And traditionally, zoning is voted on at that time, but conditioned on adoption of the land use amendment. And then it goes through state and regional agency review. At the same time, goes through the countywide planning authority process, Ford Pinellas, things like that. And then you have the second BCC hearing where you have the adoption of the land use amendment. And discussion of the zoning was done in the first hearing. Here we have, just for your benefit of information, a future land use and zoning comparison and how they are different and what they do. As far as use restrictions, future land use has broad categories. For example, it could say residential is allowed. And under zoning, you have more specific use categories where there you would say what type of residential is allowed. Could it be multifamily, single family, duplex, triplex, mobile home, things like that. As far as density, the land use sets the maximum units per acre, whereas zoning abides by that maximum units per acre. However, it can be more restrictive through based on lot size requirements. We have certain zone districts like residential agriculture, which has a 2-acre lot size requirement, all the way down to R5, where it goes down to 3,000 square feet. Any of those could be under any certain zoning or land use category. As far as building size intensity, it's a floor area ratio. That's the maximum square footage a building can be on a property. And that's set by the future land use. Zoning pretty much abides by that. It doesn't really get more restrictive. Then we have performance standards. We have impervious surface ratio, which is set by the future land use, which basically says this is how much green space you must have on a property. And zoning is more specific regarding things like dimensional standards. That's where you have your lot size again, you have your setbacks, how far the building has to be from the property lines, the building height, things like that.
Glenn, Maybe, Jewel, just for the public's sake, could you just maybe talk as to future land use or any land use item versus zoning, and why is quasi-judicial and one isn't, and what that really means for us?
Sure. Your land use cases are considered legislative in nature, and zoning is considered quasi-judicial. So under legislative actions, it's really the Board of County Commissioners sitting in its policy-making role is how that's considered under the law. So you have pretty broad discretion in making those decisions, and probably importantly, those cases, if appealed, there's a much more deferential standard of review granted to the deciding body, which of course would be the county commission. On quasi-judicial matters, you know, they are kind of what the title says. They are judicial in nature, where you all, rather than making policy and making some of these decisions about, like what Glenn mentioned with some of the bigger, 50 acres and then some, those really are policy decisions. And that's the way the law characterizes them. Under the quasi-judicial, you're really looking at what you're really doing is acting somewhat in a judicial capacity, where you are applying your land development regulations and comprehensive plan to the specific property in question. So you're really applying the law to a specific set of facts. And that's a much different process for a lot of reasons that I know you all have heard me talk about with you both here and individually before. Some of the big differences, well, let me back up. You have still a pretty deferential standard of review on appeal, but not as deferential when it comes to your legislative actions. So one of the big distinctions, here at the public hearing, you're going to see people sworn in for your quasi-judicial hearings to provide testimony, but not necessarily for your legislative actions. For you all personally, probably one of the bigger distinctions is the ex parte communications, meaning communications that you may have with anybody about the case coming before you. Those are prohibited. So law presumes that ex parte communications are prejudicial to the parties to the proceeding, the parties being really the property owner. So you can't really have those conversations. And you all know that I routinely advise you against having those conversations on your zoning matters. You have other items that come before you but are quasi-judicial, but for purposes of this conversation, your zoning matters are the ones where you cannot be having those conversations with anybody outside of this public setting.
And again, I think for us, it's if those do happen by chance, then we need, when we come to the hearing itself, we divulge that information. And what happens at that point?
Absolutely. As you all know, you should be avoiding those. But in the instance where they do happen inadvertently, which is of course possible, you should disclose on the record at the public hearing that you had that conversation. You should disclose the substance of that conversation and with whom that conversation occurred.
Thank you. Go ahead, Glenn.
Next is a brief discussion on the zoning tools that are available to further define what's permissible. All these are quasi-judicial items. You have a conditional overlay, a development agreement, and a residential plan development. It's an RPD, where you can set specific use restrictions via the conditional overlay and then development agreement, and then the RPD is specific to the residential. You've seen a few of those in the past couple of years as well. You see the conditional overlay and development agreement very similar regarding use restrictions and the density restrictions and the intensity you can set. How they really differ is in the performance standards. So again, the use restrictions, you can set a specific use in the conditional overlay and development agreement. One of those, so you have a zoning district that allows a broad range of uses, and you only want to allow a certain number or certain thing that maybe the developer wants to do. And that's what you could set via conditional overlay, or a development agreement could set that specific use is the only thing that could happen. Same thing for density. You can set a certain number of units per acre, or actually a certain number of units outright, either under a development agreement or conditional overlay or an RPD. Regarding intensity, you can do...
Glenn, so those would be really more restrictive,
Correct.
presumably. So the zoning category would do certain things, but if we're going to, in our thinking, want to tie them down a little tighter, we'll go with
Right.
conditional or development or,
Right, and of course, those are all up to the applicant to really apply for. We can't really make
Right.
them do that.
no.
And again, the main difference is in the what we call performance standards, where you have dimensional standards you can set via conditional overlay, things like your lot sizes. You can set specific setbacks if you want extra buffers, things like that. You set certain design standards and certain access to roadways where you want the site to access a certain roadway, things like that. However, if you want to do more things like off-site road improvements, you want to set a specific concept plan. You might want to tie up business hours and operational criteria, things like that. You would need a development agreement to do so. And the RPD is specific, because RPD zoning is so flexible. It requires a development master plan where everything could be set, like setbacks, height, things like that. You could look at the concept plans, but that's only for really residential developments. So again, all of these are quasi-judicial and tied to zoning. And conditional overlays are easier than development agreements. They're less cumbersome and less expensive. A lot of times, development agreement require an attorney to help formulate those. And conditional overlays are more popular with applicants. They've been available since August 2015. Since that time, we've had 15 conditional overlays and only 7 development agreements. So, if you want an example of conditional overlay, it's often been used for things like an ALF, assisted living facility, where institutional zoning allows a lot of different uses, but you only specifically want to allow that use, so you basically limit to an ALF, and you might want to limit a certain number of beds. So conditional overlay can do that, but it couldn't set a certain concept plan. You need a development agreement to do that. All right. So looking at changing options and alternatives for land use and zoning hearing process considerations, things we want to consider is we want to maintain the review timeframes. We don't really want to extend those timeframes. We want a stable and predictable process. Again, and Jewel mentioned, you got legislative, land use versus quasi-judicial concerns. And what are the changes? What changes would be the hearing notices, the advertisements, the LPA procedures? We want to keep those the same or change them. Additional staff time, if you have to do additional staff reports, additional presentations, things like that, and potential changes to the fee schedule over time. So here we have our alternatives overview, where we have an alternative option one, where you separate, for small scale, you separate all these things. You separate agenda item, you have a separate staff report, you have a separate presentation. You'd have separate public comment time, so the public comment can happen twice, once for zoning and once for the land use. And you'd have separate motions. Again, right now, all those are combined. And option two is a hybrid approach. This is our recommended approach. You would have combined agenda items, separate staff reports, combined presentation. I or my staff would give you one presentation, and you would have combined public comment periods, so only one public comment period, and then you would take separate motions. And for the large scale, that would follow the same review process you decide for the small scale on dates when the land use and zoning are both heard. The interest there is, when do you want to hear the zoning? Is it at the transmittal hearing, where land use and zoning would both be considered and the zoning would be contingent on the land use? Or to be at the adoption hearing, where you just hear the land use at the first hearing, you transmit it to the state, hear back from the state, and then following that, you would have your land use and zoning considerations at the adoption hearing for the land use. Okay. A little more into those options. Again, you'd have option one, where they're completely separate, 2 staff reports, separate agenda items, presentations, separate comment opportunities and motions. And option two, the hybrid, you would have 2 staff reports under 1 agenda item, 1 presentation, and separate motions. Again, that's a recommended option, because it allows legislative and quasi-judicial components to be considered separately, while giving the public one opportunity to comment on both under 1 agenda item. And as far as the large-scale process alternatives, review the land use and zoning at the LPA hearing per the selected small-scale process. You would review the land use and zoning at the BCC transmittal hearing per the small-scale process, and the adoption of the zoning would be contingent on the adoption of land use at the second BCC hearing. And the option two would be the same process under the LPA. The difference would be you would hear zoning in the adoption hearing, after you transmit the land use to the state. And option 2 is a recommended option because it provides opportunity for feedback from state agencies on the land use prior to final legislative and quasi-judicial decisions. And that's how one of the last cases you heard, the one by the primary sanctuary, ended up. We started the first way, but we ended up doing zoning second, following comment period. Just one final time for our recommended alternatives. Again, small scale, you'd have the 2 staff reports under 1 agenda item, 1 presentation, 1 public comment period, and separate motions. And large scale, you would review the land use only at the BCC transmittal hearing and land use and zoning the same way as the selected small scale process at the adoption hearing. And with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
So really, the option that you're recommending, we'd still have a motion on land use, let's say, and have the deliberation on that, and then we'd come back to the motion on the zoning. So we kind of get the best of both worlds. We have some efficiency through presentations, but yet deliberation is separate. I remember a case, I don't remember, some 3 or 4 years ago when we were talking about different things, and one of the attorneys stood up and says, well, this is quasi-judicial and you can't do that. Well, we were always combining both. And so we were having land use and quasi-judicial deliberation back and forth, and we were probably either knowingly or unknowingly doing that.
Right.
And so they were saying, well, you can't do that. This is not a quasi-judicial, or this is a quasi. And so I think it's really important that we do separate them out for motions and deliberation. I think it makes it a little clearer.
Yeah, and I would clearly separate them in the presentation as well. I would do separate
Right.
recommendations for each.
Yeah, yeah. Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I think this is the hybrid that you've brought forth is the right way to do it. Not only they are 2 different issues sometimes. They're not always, one wrapped up in a nice bow. But the process by which this board reviews those have drastically different limitations. So we should be looking at them in 2 different processes. And so I'm glad that we finally got here to where we are today. It makes so much more sense, and it puts us in a better decision-making mode for all the reasons that we've talked about and all the reasons that we won't talk about today.
Yeah. And under small scale, we're not, I had one person call and say, you're not talking about 2 different hearings on 2 different days. And I said, no. We're not slowing the process down. We're just separating the discussion and presentation and discussion and deliberation. So any other questions? So I would assume that the direction that I'm hearing from you is to go in this recommended alternative that you've all given us. They're just looking for some board direction today.
Correct.
Do we need to bring this back at a commission meeting for decision, or just kind of give the direction that that's the way we're going to?
I think your direction to staff is perfectly sufficient for us to begin moving forward this way,
And clearly-
without a vote, to be clear.
And then clearly communicated to all of our applicants that will be how we will be doing it going forward.
Sure.
Commissioner Seal?
Yes, I just have a question really for both the small scale and the larger scale process. If the LPA has a differing opinion, or if they have some comments, or if there's, light that they shed on a matter, will that be included in the presentation that comes to the county commission like it is now?
Yes.
Okay, so that won't change.
No.
Okay, great.
Okay, so unless I hear differently, nodding heads say we're giving you that direction. Okay, there you go.
And
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Glenn.
Next
Appreciate
up, he doesn't have to leave, is on the annexation process overview. You had asked for kind of a refresher on our annexation process. And we have that down as Glenn, but that's not true on our sheet, so.
And I know Jewel wanted to do a proper introduction before she gets started, so go ahead.
Yes, so presenting today on annexation, or at least initially, is Ann Morris, who joined our office just a few months ago. I know that we got the opportunity to talk with just a couple of you before this morning's meeting, but I did want to give a proper introduction. and spent some time with the public defender and a little bit of time with the private sector, but was most recently, before joining the Pinellas County Attorney's Office, with the Manatee County Attorney's Office. So she grew up here in Pinellas County and lives in Pinellas County, so we were very pleased to bring her on staff here in Pinellas County to save her that drive over the Skyway Bridge every day. So she's fitting in well with us and providing a lot of expertise that we needed, so we were very pleased to welcome her to our staff.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and welcome, and good to have you here. And you won't be making that trip every day over the bridge. But although you obviously are a bridge builder or a bridge user, so look forward to all the work that you're going to do for us here at the county. And again, good to have you with us. So.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm really excited to be working for Pinellas County. As Jewel said, I grew up here. I live in Pinellas, so it's pretty neat to work on things that I have historical knowledge on and that I can talk about from a personal perspective. Along with me, Evan Johnson from Housing and Community Development is also going to be presenting on annexation. I think he has the more exciting part of the presentation. I'm going to give you all just a very general overview of the legal process and then highlight some unique legal issues that we've had in Pinellas County regarding annexation. This is a topic you all haven't really addressed much as of late, so hopefully this will be a refresher course for you all. And so first, how does annexation occur? Chapter 171 of Florida statutes has two methods for annexation. The first method is referred to as voluntary annexation, and this occurs when a property owner or a number of property owners petitions to be annexed into a municipality. The petition is required to have the signature of the property owner or of all of the property owners that will be affected by the proposed annexation. Interestingly, the municipality is not required to hear the petition. They have the discretion to consider the petition or to not. If the municipality decides to consider the petition, it's subject to only one public hearing. The second annexation method is by referendum. Under this process, the municipality is the one requesting the annexation. 2 public hearings are required under this process. If the municipality approves the annexation, at least one referendum must be held for the electors in the area that is proposed to be annexed. If the annexation does not receive a majority vote, it fails. Now, regardless of the process that's to be followed, there's 3 key requirements for the property that's proposed to be annexed, and this is required in Chapter 171. The area must be contiguous to the municipality, it must be reasonably compact, and the annexation cannot create an enclave or a pocket. Chapter 171 gives 2 definitions for an enclave. The first type you'll commonly hear referred to as a Type A enclave, and this is basically any unincorporated area that is completely surrounded by a municipality. The second type is an unincorporated area that's surrounded on all sides by a single municipality and some type of natural or man-made obstacle. The easiest example would be like a lake or a river, something like that.
And there was several years ago, the state provided the opportunity for small enclaves to be involuntarily annexed. Is that, and I think there was a short period of time for that, but that's not an option today.
It is not. That's correct.
Okay, just these 2 that you showed us.
Chapter 171 has gone through several revisions. It was first enacted in 1974, and there's been quite a few revisions since that time.
Thank you.
So this map, and Evan will talk about this a little bit more in his portion of the presentation. This is just to give you a visual of what a Type A enclave looks like. It's the key, it's the red areas on the map. So next, I'd like to highlight some unique annexation issues in Pinellas County. And first, I'm going to cover 4 special districts and the annexation provisions that are in the acts that created these districts. So first, the Palm Harbor Special Fire and Control District. This was created in 2000. Section 14 of the act requires that any proposed annexation be approved by the BCC, and if it is approved, the district would continue as the sole taxing authority for fire control purposes over the annexed property. Next is the East Lake Tarpon Community. This was created in 2012. Section 1 of the act prohibits a municipality from annexing select areas of this community via referendum. For annexation by referendum to occur, the municipality is required to annex all of the property within the community, and it also requires an approval by a majority vote of the electors in the community. The act does allow, however, for individual property owners to utilize the voluntary annexation method that I discussed earlier in the presentation. The third district that I'm going to cover, this is the Lealman Special Fire Control District. This was created in 2000. In 2014, Section 11 of the act was amended to provide that if land is annexed from this district, the district will continue as the primary provider of fire and EMS services within the annexed area. The municipality may continue to levy taxes and fees within the annexed area. However, they are required to reimburse the district for any fire or EMS service costs. And finally, the last district I'm going to discuss, this is the Pinellas Suncoast Fire and Rescue District. It was originally created in 1953. It's gone through a number of name changes. It's currently the Pinellas Suncoast Fire and Rescue District. In 2000, the act was amended to state that any area annexed by a municipality within the district will be excluded from the district.
A question for you. The Palm Harbor Special Fire District is really the only fire district that has the BCC approval of
Yes,
that. And
that's correct.
And so the East Lake Fire District, it includes the East Lake Tarpon community, but it also is larger than that, has no provision at all like this, and it's subject to just regular annexation provisions.
That is correct.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The next couple of slides I'm going to highlight, these are some agreements that the county has entered into, and the agreements have some unique annexation provisions in them. The first example is the Interlocal Service Boundary Agreement. This was entered into in 2014 by Pinellas County and 9 other cities. Interlocal service boundary agreements are permitted under Part 2 of Chapter 171, and the purpose of these agreements are to address service delivery, fiscal responsibilities, or to provide for boundary adjustments for any character of land, and this would include enclaves. In this instance, the agreement allows for voluntary annexation within the service area for non-contiguous property that's in a Type A enclave. The next agreement, this is a 2000 settlement agreement that was entered into between a number of cities in Pinellas County. This agreement was a resolution to a lawsuit that was challenging certain amendments to the county's charter that were proposed in 2007. Of relevance to annexation, the agreement limits incentives that an annexing city can offer. It requires an annexing municipality to obtain consent from property owners in the annexed area, and it also requires that notice be mailed to all affected property owners at least 10 days before the public hearing. And the final agreement that I'm going to cover, this is an interlocal agreement between the county, Largo, and Pinellas Park. It was entered into in 2000. And this agreement, it established a border between Pinellas Park for annexation purposes, and it also established parameters for water and sewer annexation and indenture agreements. So that concludes my portion of the presentation. If you don't have any questions, I'm going to hand it over to Evan to continue.
Okay, thank you, Ann.
Question.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Justice.
Yes.
Just, well, a couple of questions. On the voluntary annexation, I'm sorry, the referendum annexation, when a city wants to go into an annexed area, how is is there any limitations by statute on how they draw the map to do the referendum?
So it is those three requirements that I addressed earlier, that the annexed property needs to be contiguous, reasonably compact, which the definition in Chapter 171, it just says it's a concentration of property, likely an area more urban in nature, and that it cannot create an enclave or a pocket. The goal of Chapter 171 was to address the issue of enclaves and pockets throughout the state.
But if it was just making things up, if it was a reasonably square neighborhood and they went in and they did a survey and they found north of Fifth Avenue, they love it, south of Fifth Avenue, they hate it, well, they just draw the map of Fifth Avenue. Is that, I mean...
Technically, if it would meet those three requirements, then it would be appropriate. But remember, the referendum process does have a number of steps that it would have to go through before it reached ultimate approval.
And if those properties, I assume if they're commercial, they go to the commercial owner, they have the vote on?
Yes, so there is, so yes, so any affected property owner, there at least has to be a referendum held within the area to be annexed. Chapter 171 does allow, they have very specific voting requirements, so, and forgive me, I don't have it memorized, but there is a section that specifically addresses when there's an annexed area that is made up primarily of commercial properties and business owners. There's very specific requirements that you have to comply with. I believe, I could forward you the section of the statute, but it's very detailed, the notice requirements, the voting requirements.
And then what about a no response? If the property owner does not respond or does not vote, is that treated as a yes, a no, or is there a minimum, is there a quorum, is there a minimum number of votes? If there's 100 properties, do I need to have 50 properties vote?
So it's a majority, so it's greater than 50%. There are a number of additional layers to that requirement, though, depending upon the nature of the property. I believe if it's primarily made up of business properties, commercial properties, it's 70%. But I will forward you that language. It's quite detailed, the voting requirements. But if they don't vote and it passes, they're included. So.
Right. We had an issue years ago, and this is, and I appreciate you all doing the annexation. I mean, we haven't had issues like we had 20 years ago in Pinellas and the annexation issues, but we had an issue with a annexation that was a mix of commercial and governmental property, and if you thought politicians gerrymandered districts, this map was gerrymandered as gerrymandered could be, and some of the property was government-owned state, I think maybe even a federal. And the state never responded because you'd had to get to Division of Land Management, and so it was treated as a yes, I think, at the time, or maybe, and so there was a lot of discussion about if they don't respond, should it be treated as an automatic no? And anyway, so I'm really appreciative of having the kind of refresher of where we're at, and I think that's it for questions for right now.
Okay, I will be available at the conclusion of the presentation if there are any other questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anna. Hello, Evan.
Evan Johnson, Planning Division Manager at Housing Community Development, and I feel like Ann may have set me up for failure when she called my part the exciting part, but I'm here to just tell you a little bit about what planning's role in the annexation process is, since we're typically the primary contact for municipalities who are going through the annexation process. So generally, as Ann talked a little bit about, municipalities will send us their annexation petitions to us 10 days before the legal notice in the newspaper, and essentially that just says this letter has been put out, we're planning on taking it to this hearing. They'll conduct that hearing, and then they're going to send us the ordinance when it's done. Now, what we do with that advance notice is we essentially have an internal departmental review. We kind of send it around the horn, if you will, from planning to public works, legal, et cetera. Everybody takes a look, and again, our purview is very limited. We don't have a lot to say. We look and check if it's in an enclave. We look and see if it's in a type A enclave. Or if there are any other questions that might come up, that is our opportunity to do it, raise the question, talk to the municipality about it. Generally, these are very benign and friendly conversations about, okay, this makes sense, or are you sure this line? I think the most common thing I've run into is we have slightly different records as to what the boundary may be in a certain instance, and so we clean those up on a regular basis. So that's our job, is we communicate with them, we bring up any concerns we might have, and then we're going to update the maps. So the county, generally, we have updated boundaries for all of the municipalities based on the annexations. So, and that is updated every probably 2-3 weeks, maybe once a month. So we probably have, if you will, the state of the art of where we're at any given moment.
So we don't, as a fourth bullet point, go out and become activists and get the community riled up against the request. We leave that to the community to do its own process.
Correct. Right. Right. And our job is to kind of facilitate the process. To this point, at least in my experience, I've been here a couple of years. We've only been dealing with the voluntary, not the referendum type annexations. So it's been a very, somebody wants to apply for an annexation, they come through the process, and we move on. We looked at the last 10 years, 2010 to 2020, for the annexations of a total, and this is just kind of a summary of how many acres have been annexed from the different jurisdictions. About 1,800 acres. I want to say that's somewhere in the neighborhood of about 2% of the total unincorporated area over the last 10 years. So not a huge area, but a significant amount for acreage depending on the city. And these are the primary folks that we continue to deal with on a regular basis, these cities. Yes, sir.
The Tarpon Springs annexations, has that been mostly to the east, or has it been enclave type work? Or I know the one we had recently was about 40 acres.
It was like 40 acres, yeah. We have a map. I think most of it's been to the east, like connecting to that to the 40 acres, but we do have a map.
But at the very least, I think at least now, and I think the other 80 acres there happened before we made that change to the
land use.
countywide
Yes, sir.
plan land uses. So we were just trying to make it go back to where it was when there was some annexation. Even with that, there was annexation. So
Right.
When we changed it, it kind of made incentives to let the annexation process go a little bit further.
And generally, when the countywide plan was updated several years ago, they removed our half unit per acre designation at the countywide level. And so what that did was, the annexation, if properties are being annexed up there, it was kind of it essentially had removed that countywide step from the process. So we did amend the countywide plan last year, I believe, to go ahead and include that half unit per acre designation again. So essentially, if somebody wants to annex, they are more than welcome to go through the voluntary process. But it would require that countywide change as well if they wanted to update the allowable densities.
But it wasn't going to be because of an incentive on different densities that existed.
Right.
So they can still do it. It's not that we,
absolutely. And it's essentially, like you said, it's what was before.
Yeah.
And so we
and
basically
what
went
was
back.
being annexed before.
Right, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
And so to that point, it does appear, just looking at the Tarpon map, the red areas are those annexed areas throughout, and I'll be glad to provide a PDF of this map in detail if you like. So in the Tarpon area, it's kind of that northeast corner seems to be the primary area that's been annexed within there. And you can see quite a bit in Largo and quite a bit in Pinellas Park, those being the most common ones that I've seen in the last couple of years as well. And I'm just here for any questions.
Okay. Commissioner Justice.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And one of the reasons that I asked about having this presentation was that we started just noticing the trend on our agenda, like 1 or 2 voluntary every meeting. And so when you're having those conversations with the municipalities, and to be clear, I'm a big property rights. If you're eligible to be in Largo or
Right.
Godspeed. But some of these seem like just odd to me when you have an entire street and one side of the street is unincorporated and the other side, and they're not doing the entire street, they're doing one house on the street. Mm-hmm. And so when you're having those conversations with the municipalities, is there is this just Mr. Smith came forward and wanted really badly to be in your city, or what's going on 138th Street?
I mean, generally, the conversation is the municipality will usually tell us what's going on. Pinellas Park, recent experience, they've often done commercial properties. you know, and they'll say, hey, this business owner wants to come in, they're going to save some money on fees or whatnot for water and utilities. That's fairly common until recently. And the other ones are really just, you know, individual decisions. Sometimes it's because an individual with a home wants or needs a sewer connection. And as part of that, they have to join the city. I have an employee who had to go through that process recently. So that's very common, but usually it's you know, it's a pretty benign thing that once a side of a road is annexed like that, that conversation inevitably will cross the street potentially.
Some of the you know, again, this, I remember back, I guess 10, 12 years ago, we would have representatives of a city going in, knocking on doors, sometimes with like a high-ranking member of their police department in uniform, knocking on doors, encouraging them to join their, I mean, it was city of, and this separately, city of Seminole annexed a large swath of Lellman west of Park Street, which was a huge financial hit to the Lellman area, which is now the Target and the Kohl's all along there on Park Street. That was a huge hit. But then one that really kind of, and again, I assume, what I guess is there some zoning or other issues so dramatically different in a city than in the county for development on some of these areas? And one that kind of really was interesting, and if you have to really zoom in on that map on the right on page 11, is just right over here off of Walsingham, there is a connection between Largo and unincorporated that they annexed, that literally the only contiguous is the driveway that gets you into the botanical gardens, from what it looks like on the map. And so, and it's a big swath of land that I assume is going to be ripe for a pretty good development. But I just wonder, some of those areas, is the difference between what Largo allows and what the county allows on there so differently that that's advantageous or not advantageous? So those are just some of the things that popped in as we started talking about annexation, and I see, you know, this tiny little map, and it's, again, when I pull it up on the map that you've provided, it looks like it's literally the driveway that we come in for this meeting here is the only contiguous part between the city and that property.
And I can't speak to that specific case, but now I have a challenge to go dig that up. But yeah, I mean, generally, there isn't a huge difference for the most part, what we've seen. Like I said, I think utilities drives a good bit of it. Land use perspective-wise, there isn't a big difference. One of the things we did do recently is we worked with Largo on their Tri-Cities plan. And that Tri-Cities area plan, activity center, multimodal corridor plan at the countywide level, really the design of that was us working with them to say over time, we know that this is eventually going to be something brought into the city voluntarily, and we want to work with you to make sure that you're getting the type of densities, intensities, uses, and stuff like that to ensure transit support and those types of things that we are supporting countywide. So we really you don't see that density intensity issue very much or use issue very much, at least not in my experience the last couple of years.
Very good. And I appreciate you having the staff bring this forward. And again, having gone through some of those old days, it's much better, and I appreciate how well we work with the cities, and appreciate having the refresher today.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much.
And just a question here. I mean, we were talking about up in the East Lake area and having that when we made those changes to the countywide plan, it made that incentive almost there, and so we took that back away.
Correct.
The other thing that I've heard, and again, this is, you know, each case is unique, but developers or somebody who wants to do something with a piece of property, finding it difficult, and I'm so glad that we've gone through the last year this process of looking at our building development review services, our building department. It's just difficult, or in some cases, the stormwater requirements are more stringent, or the process is more difficult as reasons to, as long as they're, I guess, contiguous to the city, to annex into a city and have an easier go of it in terms of not necessarily, sometimes it's standards, but sometimes it's just process.
Right.
And so I think that's why it's been so important this past year to at least get our development review services, building department looked at, and changes that are coming, and the ombudsman that we've put in there to help people get through the process. But I just wonder if there's anything else that we need to be aware of in that business model that is chasing people away, and maybe we change, maybe we don't, but I just wondered if we can look at some of that. So anyway. Barry, did you have any?
Well, I think we certainly, from a development standpoint, need to make sure that our processes are, regardless of whether you're in a municipality or whether you're in the unincorporated, you have a right to develop your land per our codes. And so it should be an efficient process regardless of whether you're in a municipality or in the unincorporated area. That's incumbent upon us as staff to continue to streamline that process. The choices they make about whether they go, and sometimes, like Evan said, if they need sewer and we don't have sewer access out there, well, then those are going to be choices for density that those property owners will have to make. So we have met. It's been a while now, but we met with Largo because they have a lot of donut holes and things like that, and we want to work with them, but we also want
They
to
have
work
a
with
lot
the
of what? I'm sorry.
donut holes where there are areas that are completely surrounded, and so we want to continue to work with our municipalities. I don't think we have a preference one way or another. We really want to give the property owner the option and choices regarding that, and so we'll continue to work with them. And certainly from a streamlining of our development process, that is certainly our goal, is to make it seamless regardless of where you as a property owner choose to develop.
And I would just add to that and say, from an enclave perspective, particularly with the Type A enclaves, generally, we see that as a positive over time, that if these Type A enclaves are being annexed into the city, they're completely surrounded by the city already from a service delivery and all of that. It's just going to make us more efficient from delivering services or the sheriff's department or whatever. And the other thing I would just mention is, we improve our processes. We're going to try to make it as seamless as possible, the city versus the county. But the calculus is very different. So we're not really in a position, or nor is that our position, to go, make some type of case other than to say, hey, stay in the county. Whereas I think the cities do have a incentive to go out there and add a property or make that, or at least provide service. If somebody called them, they're gonna present the reasons why it's a positive thing.
Yeah. I think some of the comments have been made, just as long as we're aware of what's driving them.
Absolutely.
And to the extent that it's their free choice to do it, that's fine. But if we're doing something that's making it, I just want to make sure that we continue to be aware of that for policy consideration for changes or not. So that's all
We don't want it to be the reason to be the fact that we weren't delivering some type of quality service. And I think that's absolutely front of mind in how we do the work we're doing.
And I just distinction between quality of service and a policy that might be different than a city.
Right.
By choice or not. So it's just something,
Sure.
as long as we just, so we're aware of those trends or patterns.
Sure.
It's just important to know. Commissioner Seal, you had a question.
You mentioned the sewer issues. So are some of the cities basically saying that the only way we're going to give you sewer is if you annex?
It is my understanding that that is the case. If you are in a position to be annexed and you have a septic system, if you were to apply for that extension, that would be part of the request, would be that, okay, well, you need to voluntarily annex if you want to upgrade your service.
Okay.
So,
I thought that's what was being used. But,
right.
I'm sure.
Are we kind of trending to see if that's being used a lot or in any particular city?
I would have to look into the actual applications to see if that's been used more than, say, just, we have lower fees for, something or, along those lines. We'd have to dig into that a little bit. I don't have that data.
That's okay. I think I can intuitively figure it out.
Right.
But, and are the cities being better about, we had asked that they really inform the property owner, especially if they sign an indenture, that's, say if real estate passes hands, that there's more of a process by telling the next owner, by the way, you can be annexed. Because we got a lot of pushback on that over the years.
And that's like the annexation agreements or something like that, where,
Yep.
yeah, I can't speak specifically to those kind of in advance agreements that are being signed. I don't know if, legal or someone else might have a little bit more information about how they're communicating regarding those issues. Right.
I will say, I'm unaware of what's currently occurring. I mean, I know that you probably remember what I do. When we had many property owners, and more likely maybe their predecessors in title, who had signed indenture agreements. And I will say that the municipalities are legally entitled to require annexation, or if not currently eligible for annexation, a signed promise to annex when eligible, which are those indenture agreements. You know, I do recall when there were a lot of folks that were being kind of surprisingly annexed into municipalities when they did become eligible. Usually it was a contiguity issue.
Right.
You know, I can't speak to what's going on today, but I would suspect that if there is a lack of complaints to many of you, that we're not seeing that at the same rate that we did once, you know, back probably about 20 years ago. So I do think that has probably dropped off some compared to, you know, what we saw in the past.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think the water or sewer sometimes draws those property owners in. I do
Right.
know there was like a couple of areas near Dunedin that were not drawn in, and they're getting utilities nonetheless. It's fairly large areas, and they do pay a premium. Which I've always thought when I was in my city time that should stop after a while, because you've theoretically paid for the extra infrastructure, and then some. But anyway, that's for another day, another conversation. So.
Yeah, but what you'll find a lot is, especially on these larger lots where, you know, they haven't been developed over time, well, the county doesn't have infrastructure down there, and so when they go to annex, well then, you know, it's a cost of running the service up to connect with us and the unincorporated, or it's cheaper to go to the municipality, and so.
Any other questions? Thank you both.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. All right, we're moving to unincorporated mid-county community plan.
So we've tried to, you know, we talked before about Lellman and kind of the work plan there with the CRA, and we had Nancy in, and we were talking a lot about what's occurring up in kind of the north. And so Brian's going to kind of outline the work plan that he's been working on with the community over in the mid-county area, and so that's up next.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brian Lowak, Assistant to the County Administrator for Central and Southern Unincorporated Pinellas County. And as Barry mentioned, here to talk about some of the work that's being done in two of our communities in Central Pinellas County, specifically High Point and the Greater Ridgecrest community. So the purpose of this presentation today is to talk about what we've been doing, and that is through direct community engagement. We set out to go into the communities and create the first community plans for both of these that are individualized to their communities, and those will set the groundwork for the county's work moving forward. The plans reflect the goals of the communities and identify strategies to achieve these goals. And the plans will guide the community's efforts moving forward. One of the things that I'm extremely proud of, when we did these, this was not for Pinellas County government to create plans for these communities. It was for us to go in and work with the residents, the not-for-profit folks, all the community partners, for them to create their own plan. So in the High Point community, we had never done this exercise over there, and there wasn't an established group there. So what we did is we created one. We created the High Point Community Advisory Committee. This included residents, educators, clergy, service providers, not-for-profits, law enforcement, and local business owners. We started with a blank sheet of paper at our first meeting, and that's how we got to where, that was the starting point for how we got to where we are today. They set out goals, strategies, and identified some priority projects, came up with a draft plan, and then we took it out to the community at large. We had a community meeting over at the High Point Neighborhood Family Center. We had great attendance there. And then we also offered an opportunity online for folks who were unable to attend that meeting to provide feedback. So in the High Point Community Plan, they came up with 3 goals. The first is to enhance community connectivity. Strategies for this, some of the strategies for this goal are to install additional sidewalks, improve unimproved rights-of-way, and make intersection safety improvements. The second goal, enhance economic opportunities. A few of the strategies there that were identified were to support partnerships between local businesses, Pinellas Technical College, and CareerSource, to create or support job training programs to match needs of the local businesses, to address employee transportation issues, and to expand internet service. And number 3 is to expand service delivery to the community. Strategies under Goal 3 are to increase service provider partnerships, identify existing gaps in service, increase family programs, address homelessness, and to provide outdoor recreational opportunities. So some of the projects I wanted to touch on are projects that were identified in the plan or have been identified by staff and are also underway. So underway, as you all are aware, we do have the High Point Community Park, which is in the design phase right now. And I can tell you, you can't walk through the High Point community without folks bringing that up. They're excited. It put a smile on everyone's face, and they're eager. They can't wait to break ground over there. That design will be completed next summer. The Pinellas Trail South Gap, as you also are aware of, that's going to bring an extreme community connection right down the center of that community. It's going to bring new folks to that community, and it's going to allow residents to access other areas around Pinellas County that they weren't that they're currently unable to access. And the High Point Neighborhood Family Center Youth Empowerment Center. This was an excellent example of what partnerships can make happen. If you'll recall, going back about a year and a half ago, maybe a little less, the YMCA that existed in the High Point community, it wasn't working out for them financially. So they pulled out of the High Point community and left a huge hole was going to be left there in the community. Well, Chaff purchased that property, and High Point Neighborhood Family Center, they're looking to expand. They're the #1 service provider in that community. They need additional space specifically for their teens. Well, when they came to us and they asked us about opportunities, it's a big facility. We found out that we actually constructed that facility for the YMCA with CDBG funds. And when we did that, that placed certain requirements on what can be done at that community or at that location, specific services that must be provided. So those were services that Chaff doesn't provide. They're services that High Point Neighborhood Family Center does. So we were able to bring the partners together. We provided some CDBG funds to get them going. They partnered with, I believe it was Pinch a Penny Pools, who's a local business in that community. They do have a pool there, so insurance is a big deal, and then maintenance of that pool. So it was really the private sector, multiple service providers in the county assisting, kind of bringing everyone together and providing some funds that made that happen, and they are open now. And then projects that have been identified. We have put together a sidewalk plan for the community. This is one of the big issues in the community is lack of sidewalks. And that's mostly due to, the way the drainage swales were created. There's not too much right-of-way out there that we can work with. So sidewalks are needed. There are some portions of the community, again, heavy pedestrian community. They don't have sidewalks on any side of the street. So we put together a sidewalk plan to identify those gaps, and we're working with Public Works to figure out what are the challenges, why aren't there sidewalks there now? A lot of times there are reasons. Prioritize those and come up with solutions to make those happen. And then the Russell Avenue pedestrian connection, you may recall a year or two ago, there was an issue that came up with Russell Avenue. They were looking to vacate some of the right-of-way. Well, it turns out when we went out there, this was actually an asset, could be an asset for the community. There is on Russell Avenue, just to the east of this location, a roadway, and then it comes to a dead end, and for about 2 or 3 blocks, Russell Avenue just turns into a vacant alleyway with grass. And what you can see were the amount of pedestrians that were traversing through there. I mean, they left the trail there because it goes right out to 58th Street, which is the main arterial road that goes north-south in the community, and it comes out by the elementary school, the future home to the community park, and the High Point Neighborhood Family Center.
Brian?
Yes, sir.
On sidewalks, when you can't do sidewalks, I mean, you know how sometimes you put bicycle stamps in the street to show that bicycles share the roads. We don't want to do that with pedestrians. But do we do signage that say careful pedestrians in the area where areas that we know people are using but don't have sidewalks? I mean, how do we slow the traffic? How do we make people aware of well, it should be obvious, but,
Unfortunately, I don't have that answer. I would have to get with Public Works to see which tools we do use in that situation.
Just keenly aware of the problems that we have with right-of-way sometimes,
Sure. I think anything right now would be an improvement, quite frankly, in a lot of these areas.
From a safety. Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Brian. This is absolutely wonderful. My old office was off of 114th, just around the corner, so. But just a question. This is great with the athletic field to go back here because there isn't anything in that area. But not far from that little 7-Eleven, the four-way stop, across the street is it's PAR's day treatment service or something of that nature for their clients. Do you know what I'm talking about? 7-Eleven is on this corner. There's like an automotive place here. You have to go through the light in order to.
Over by Pinellas Technical
Yes.
College, yes.
Yes. They were there first before this, but have you received any concerns or issues? Because if children are going to be walking back and forth or, anyone to this facility, I'm glad that facility is there for PAR. I support it 100%, but just didn't know if you had received any concerns or whatnot, because sometimes when you're going through there, they're out front, the clients are out front, waiting on the bus or, what have you. But I wasn't sure if you had received any concerns or questions about that facility being close, within 200 feet of something where children would be.
No, we haven't heard any questions or concerns about that, but I'll tell you right now, you go out there and there's a very heavily used bus stop on the south side of the street, not too far from that intersection, and there are a lot of pedestrians using that area. That is actually to the west of Pinellas Technical Education or Pinellas Technical College. That's the Duke easement, and that's where that trail gap is going to run through. So that's going to bring some great.
A barrier.
That's going to be a great improvement there, and I think that'll address some of those concerns.
Okay, thank you. Excellent project, though.
Great.
Thank you.
Commissioner Justice?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad you brought up Russell Avenue, and maybe I missed, what is the eventual plan for how that will look? Because I remember we had that vacation request a while back that we turned down because we wanted to maintain that pedestrian access.
Yeah, and I should have gone into more detail. So right now, we put up a fence there that blocks folks from driving through their parking back there, but it's still it's like at a baseball field, the fencing, the player walks through when he goes out there, so it still allows pedestrians to go through. The plan is to put a pedestrian path through there. So we do have design and construction cost estimates now. We're looking to get that funded.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Brian.
Right. So now moving to just around the corner from where we're sitting now, we'll talk about the Greater Ridgecrest Community Plan. And this plan encompasses both Ridgecrest as well as Dansville communities. So this community is a little bit different from High Point in the fact that we've actually done some planning exercises in this community over the years. In 2002, there was a Greater Ridgecrest Area Action Plan. And then again in 2015, we led the Greater Ridgecrest Master Plan. And there was significant community engagement during that planning process. So what we did here, we didn't want to reinvent the wheel. We reviewed the documents from the past, and then we went to the Friends of Ridgecrest to review those plans, remove any items that have been completed, any items that are no longer relevant, and added new priorities on there that have come up since 2015. So again, just like the High Point plan, there are goals, strategies, and priority projects included in the plan. So these are the 5 community goals in Ridgecrest, the first being enhanced connectivity. Some of the strategies on this one are improve intersections and streetscapes for pedestrian safety, provide safe shaded paths with ample lighting, improve street connections. For the next goal, preserve and enhance natural systems. Strategies include improving and enhancing stream, valleys, and regional watersheds, improve access to existing parks, and provide new trail connections. For goal number 3, enhance local retail and mixed use, strategies include creating local retail opportunities along Wilcox and 130th Avenue, creating mixed-use opportunities at Trotter Parcel along 134th Avenue, and to explore neighborhood retail opportunities near Almerton and 119th Street, which is the gateway to the Ridgecrest community. Next goal is brownfield and infield redevelopment. Strategies include matching density to infill residential development to surrounding context, creating recreational opportunities on brownfield sites, and to provide residential community supportive services and infill. And the final goal, streamline service delivery, includes strategies such as encouraging coordination between service providers and identifying gaps in existing services. Some of the projects that I wanted to highlight in Ridgecrest that are currently underway include Dansville Street Lighting District. In the greater Ridgecrest community to the east of Dansville, we've got a number of street lighting districts that have been established over the years. However, in the Dansville community, we do not have any of those at the moment. And some of these streets, you drive through there at night and it's pitch black. So some of the residents, including Habitat for Humanity homeowners, they reached out to us and said, what do we have to do to get streetlights? So we've started that process, collecting petitions, informing residents about this. We've been out there door to door, been out at the churches, and really everyone's helping out get those petitions to see if we can get a street lighting district in the Dansville community. Next would be the Ridgecrest and Dansville Community Gateway signs. On this slide to the right, you will see these 2 signs. One will go on the corner of Wilcox and Pine Street, and the other will be at 119th and Almerton Road. These were the first things that the Friends of Ridgecrest, when we went through this process, said, we need signs out here. People need to know when they're in Ridgecrest and the greater Dansville community. We're proud of it, and we want to welcome them to our communities. So those have actually just recently started construction. Please be on the lookout in your inboxes. You'll be getting an invite to the unveiling ceremony very, very soon.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Brian, on those signs, which look great, are those the citrus? Is that a logo that was long established, or is that something that your group came up with in this process, or?
So the citrus, if you read the history books, and you go back in time, Dansville, specifically Dansville, but also throughout the greater Ridgecrest community, those were citrus fields. So that's the heritage of the community. On the Dansville sign, I'll tell you, I don't know if you can tell on this slide, but there are some little squigglies. And when we did the initial design, they weren't included. And the resident said, well, where are the squigglies? And I said, well, they couldn't make them fit. They said they need to fit because those represent, dancing. And they would dance in the orange fields. So they wanted that on that sign.
Yeah.
I think that logo, as simple as it seems, and having that now, knowing that extra little bit, that logo may seem like, I was going to say low-hanging fruit, but that on this one.
Thank you, Brian.
It's important. It's important to the people that live in there as it represents the community. So that's very cool.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, and they're highlighted on the Dansville sign, but if you look closely on the Greater Ridgecrest sign, you do see them on the top of both columns as well.
It's pretty cool. Because of the history that you're talking about, in Dunedin, they introduced the orange concept because of the company it's there, but also the orange fields that used to be there, and people have been getting oranges painted on their houses, oranges like about that size on their house to represent the culture or the history of a community. So I think that's great. I think it's awesome, and see what happens. Yeah, 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 absolutely.
So the next project that I included
Go ahead.
Sorry, Commissioner.
So let's note that code enforcement, if people start painting oranges on their houses, let's not punish them.
Yeah, I remember when that happened. I was all panicked, like they're going to start doing all kinds of graffiti on houses and stuff, and it didn't happen. Needless to say, and we encourage it. So it's
I'll put the word out to code enforcement.
yeah, please, of all things to worry about. Thanks.
The next one included, you are not reading that incorrectly. That is not a new organization. That's actually supposed to be the YMCA Omni Center there. We've used CDBG funding over the years to fund their operating costs over there. Annually, we give upwards of $200,000. In this next cycle, there is $123,000 included in CDBG funds to fund the game field replacement. They're getting an entire new game field. And we also included CDBG funding for replacement lights at the field. Projects that have been identified are the Dansville Community Park. This is a large parcel with a stormwater pond in the middle of it. This is in the dead center of Dansville Community. Some of you who are at the historical marker dedication, you were standing on this facility. This was similar to in High Point. The residents, when I asked them to prioritize these projects on the plan, they said, well, our number one priority is the community park. Everything else can fall in line after that. McKay Creek Greenway improvements. McKay Creek runs all the way from Taylor Park on the north, runs through the entire community of the Greater Ridgecrest, and then it runs south down into Ridgecrest Park. Public Works is doing some stormwater improvement projects there. We're also trying to dovetail into that project, turning that into a pedestrian path that will assist in connecting the community. And then finally, brownfield site improvements. There are a couple big brownfields out there, significant pieces of land. One of those being the old former highway site on 119th Street, just behind us here, actually. Looking to see what we can do. That's 37 acres, I believe, in the heart of the community. So for next steps, now what we'll do is I will work with the departments, county staff to identify specific projects. You'll notice there weren't a whole lot of projects included in this. I'll work with staff to identify projects that fit the strategies included in here that will allow us to achieve the goals in the plans. Next, if you look through the plans, you'll see a lot of these things aren't services that government provides. So we're going to have to look for the appropriate partners. There are folks doing the work out there, and sometimes it's just making the connection. And then finally, we'll look to identify funding sources. There are not currently dedicated funding sources for these individual communities, so we'll get creative and look at ways that we can accomplish that. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you've got.
Great. Any questions for Brian?
I'll
Great
just-
work. Great work, Brian.
If I just add, I had the opportunity last Friday to go out with Brian, with Tom, and also with Chris, and so we physically looked at all the work, and we met nonprofit and even community leaders. You know, his former coach, really talking about what holds the community together, still engaged, has a long family history in the community, but they've been out engaging and working with people, and from the nonprofits and people that we spoke with, they're excited. We're bringing people together. We're coming up with solutions, and I'm really proud of the work they've done. You know, if he gets half of what he wants to get accomplished, he'll have accomplished a lot. You know, but the idea is that they're working on these and they're trying to find those things that make a difference in the community, and so it really is exciting to see.
Yeah, and Barry, I mean, it's not just the positions that we created. The assistant to the county administrator position, not yet. These folks that you picked are doing great jobs around our unincorporated areas. Each one of them have a different, portfolio that they're working on and things that they're implementing. And it wouldn't be happening if we didn't have staff energy on the ground, pulling all the staff together. So again, kudos to doing that position, and Brian, to you and the others as well. Commissioner Long.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Brian, I am ecstatic at the presentation you have put together today, and I cannot help but remember where you were and where you are and the incredible transition you have made as you have matured into this position. And it's a great credit to you and to your initiatives and your abilities to do a really great job. I couldn't be more proud of you. Thank you.
We've got a great team.
It's a big job, and you've done an incredible amount of work, and the feedback from the communities that you've been involved in has been glowing. And you know, if it wasn't, I'd be sharing that as well.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
thank you.
Anybody else? All right, thanks,
Thank you.
Brian. Appreciate it. Okay, I guess there's been a couple of questions as to why we've moved the agenda around, and these workshops, just so people who may be calling in or people who have come, are really for the commissioners to work on issues. And what we have is we have one commissioner that is going to try to make themselves available, and they're the ones that brought forward the American Rescue Plan, or I don't remember who brought forward what, but they really wanted to participate in those two items. So that's why we took item 2 and 3 and moved it to following item 7, which is coming up next. Do we have folks that are here that want to talk or want to listen in on the on number 3? Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a kind of a shift here, if we can. And let's talk manufactured housing before lunch, because we're going to, after this one, I can almost think excuse me? I know, she's not here, but otherwise we're going to have our residents having to wait until 1 o'clock. And I'd rather go ahead and start addressing the manufactured housing. It's 11:30, almost 11:35 now. And so let's do that so that the residents who are here can listen and hear it, and then we'll go back to capital improvement if we have time before lunch.
Okay, so moving to manufactured housing strategy. So we'll ask Caitlin to come forward. And Evan.
And our commissioner who was wanting to participate is actually listening in right now. So
Okay,
that's all.
perfect.
So everybody can just relax.
Again, thank you. Sorry about that slight delay. Evan Johnson, Planning Division Manager, Housing Community Development. I'm just going to give a brief introduction, and then Caitlin Murphy is going to take over a presentation regarding a lot of the analysis we've been working on as part of this initiative. And then I'll come back and join you at the end and talk a little bit about our strategies that we're proposing to move forward with. So there is a lot of history around manufactured housing in the county. A couple of items that we did want to make sure to bring up. There was a study done in 2006 that really was looking at the viability of manufactured and modular housing for affordable housing, for providing affordable housing. We also had a program from, I believe, 2002 to 2007 called the Park Saver Program that essentially made home dollars available to help residents potentially in activity where their residents were purchasing the manufactured housing parks. It provided some money to help them with down payment assistance to buy into that idea. And that was, I believe, 2002 to 2007. This is part of our overall housing strategy, which I know you all have heard quite a bit about, and I promise that you will continue to hear quite a bit about moving forward. But that includes our work on the Housing Compact, which we have talked to you all about in the past, and we'll be coming back after our road show with our municipal partners to talk more about it and hopefully get that adopted here. We'll be looking into our Affordable Housing Development Code in the coming year. and the Penny for Pinellas Housing Program you all are very familiar with, very successfully moving forward with that commitment from you all. So I just want to say that, so this is kind of a big chunk, and what we really see coming out of this is going to be, if what we're looking to do is kind of provide a framework for how we want to move forward as staff, not just from planning, community development, but public works, et cetera. Anybody who's dealing with manufactured housing in the county from the staff's perspective. We're looking for this strategy to kind of give us that guidance so we can start to develop that detailed work plan moving forward. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Caitlin, who's going to walk you through some of the background, and then I will be back to talk strategy.
Good morning, Caitlin Murphy, Housing and Community Development. So I'll take you through a little bit of the analysis and the assessment that we've done to date for manufactured home communities, but first we wanted to be sure to distinguish between the various types of factory-built housing that exist. So mobile homes are those homes that were built prior to the development of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's HUD code, their manufactured home construction and safety standards that apply across the U.S. And manufactured homes are those that were built after the development of that HUD code. So those are both factory-built housing types that exist on a chassis rather than a permanent foundation. And then modular homes, their components are factory built, but they are assembled on site on permanent foundations rather than on a chassis. In Pinellas County, we have about 251 manufactured home communities. About 122 of those fall within the unincorporated areas of the county, and then actually 8 out of those 122 are partially within city and partially within unincorporated. Within the unincorporated communities specifically, it's almost 17,000 homes that we have, and we see a really wide variety of park size ranges, anywhere from 12 to 645 spaces in the unincorporated manufactured home communities, mix of demographics. So of course we see a lot of age-restricted communities here, 55 plus, but then we also see parks that have a higher concentration of families, some parks with higher concentrations of folks who speak a language other than English as their primary language. And then we also see a mix of ownership types. So one of the primary types that you will see is a single owner or single entity that then rents out the land to the residents. They may also rent out the unit, or you may have homeowners who own their unit and then rent the land. We do also have a significant chunk of resident-owned communities where residents own their home as well as the land underneath it, oftentimes in some kind of cooperative format. And then we also see a wide variety of conditions. So we have some communities that have been described as resort-like with a wide variety of amenities, but then we also have communities with aging infrastructure and aging units that may need more attention. These maps show you the distribution of manufactured home communities across the county. So the map on the left is the northern portion of the county, and the map on the right is the southern portion. You can see we do have a concentration of manufactured home communities in the southern portion of the county. And then we calculated an estimated population based on the number of homes in these communities multiplied by our average household size here in Pinellas. So according to that estimate, we have about 38,600 people living in unincorporated manufactured home communities specifically.
Question?
Yeah, Commissioner Justice.
What is the average number of residents in a home, average across Pinellas?
The average household size based on the American Community Survey is 2.32.
And we think that's the same in a mobile home?
It may vary, based on whether you have 55 plus or family types of homes. But that's the kind of best estimate that we have.
Okay.
As part of the assessment process, we've also done a variety of community input gathering, so key stakeholder interviews with staff internal to the county, as well as external stakeholders. You can see examples of some of those folks there. It says 12, but I think we're actually up to 15 interviews conducted now. And in addition to those you see on the slide, we've spoken with our utilities department, consumer protection, our assistants to the county administrator for the various geographies, local law and real estate brokers, local cities who have also had manufactured housing programs. And then we've done a couple of community presentations to community advisory groups, so like the Wellman CRA Advisory Committee and the Palm Harbor Community Services Agency. And lastly, we conducted surveys. So we distributed a resident survey and an owner-operator survey. That resident survey was distributed electronically and in person. We did it in English and in Spanish, so it went out on Nextdoor, county website, email. But then we also had staff go out into the communities and leave surveys at community centers and front offices and whatnot within the communities to be distributed. So this is an example of one of the questions on the chart on the slide that was asked. We asked residents if they had any concerns about their community, and by far, vulnerability to natural disaster was the largest concern of the residents who responded to our survey, with 62% saying that that was a concern. And then the next one was their cost of their rent or mortgage. Through this process, we've identified a few key benefits of manufactured home communities. So affordability is a big one and an obvious one, I think. It's a large source of affordable housing here in Pinellas and across the state and nation. And it's also the largest source of unsubsidized affordable housing that we see. And then in terms of efficiency, these communities often have higher density, so we're seeing more units fit within a smaller space. They also satisfy the desire to own a sort of single-family detached home that potentially provides more privacy than multifamily units do in some cases. So that's something that we saw cited in key stakeholder interviews and through resident surveys and whatnot. And then sense of community was something that also came up again and again. So people in manufactured home communities are engaging in activities and using amenities together. And they also really feel that their neighbors are looking out for them oftentimes, and they have strong relations with their neighbors. We identified a few key focus areas based on the assessment that we've conducted. So I'll walk you through just a little bit of data for each of the 5 focus areas, and then Evan will come up and talk about some of the recommendations in relation to these focus areas. First is disaster vulnerability. So the map, again, is split into the northern and southern halves of the county, and this shows you the distribution of manufactured home communities across the coastal high hazard area or the Category 1 storm surge area, as well as flood zones, the newest flood zones that were effective as of August of this year. So it's about 31% of parks that are at least partially located within the 100-year flood zone. And then, as you know, our community is vulnerable to a variety of weather events, hurricanes, tropical storms, flooding, and manufactured homes are often more vulnerable to those types of wind and water events. And then another important piece to note here is fire safety. So older units built prior to the development of the HUD code have poor fire safety standards, so that's another concern. And then lastly, mandatory evacuation requirements. So anytime an evacuation is called, the manufactured home residents must evacuate regardless of the zone that they actually fall within. So that's a large portion of the population, or a large population that we need to provide shelter for potentially. Growth and rising land values. So we have seen that increased land values and urban growth are leading to community closures, and we haven't seen any new manufactured home communities come online in recent years. So the last community was built in 2005, so it's just something to consider when parks are closing. Where do residents potentially have the option to go, and if they need to move their home, if they own their home, where can they potentially place that unit? The table on the right-hand side of the screen shows the proximity of our manufactured home communities to our premium, primary, and secondary corridors. So those are the corridors where we see either higher capacity or higher frequency transit, and then are potentially making them more desirable locations for development. And it's about 84% or 103 of the manufactured home communities that fall within a half a mile of one of those corridor types that you see listed. Underinvestment in infrastructures, the average year built for our manufactured home communities in the unincorporated areas specifically is 1962. So a lot of these communities are 60 plus years old, and 94% were developed actually before 1980. And then the Department of Health has statutory authority to regulate manufactured home communities, so they do permitting and inspections of these facilities. They inspect them at least on an annual basis. And this chart is a summary of the unsatisfactory inspections that Department of Health has identified over the last 5 years. So the top concern or issue that they are seeing in manufactured home communities is improper sewage disposal. Examples of that can be things like sewer caps missing from the pipes, but it can also be things that are more severe, like sewage actually on the ground around units, which is a public health concern. Housing safety and quality. So as I mentioned earlier, that HUD code was established in 1976, and that regulates our design and construction and safety standards.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Sure.
Mid-sentence.
That's okay.
Back to the sewage disposal that just jumps out at me. Are we talking about the infrastructure from the units to the facility that does the, that receives it? Or are we talking about the actual facility that receives it that's creating the problem? Or is it both?
I think it's a mix. The Department of Health inspection reports will provide that detail. So in some cases, again, it can be something more simple, like a missing sewer cap that's easier to replace. But in some cases, you may see backflow into a unit, or you may see sewage seeping out of some piece of the system on the property.
So you had 94 of those.
Right, and this also, just as another note, can include repeat inspections. So they may be going out to the same park to try and address an issue until, for example, with sewage, they'd be going out very close after the first inspection to see if that has been taken care of, because that is such a high public safety issue.
So that's managed and enforced by the Department of Health.
Correct.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Nope, question, just to
Go
follow
ahead.
up. So you have 94 in a total of all these different things of, a couple hundred out of over 5 years for 16,000 units.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. And that is
Go ahead.
unsatisfactory inspections specifically are those that the Department of Health has identified that rise to a certain level of concern. So they could have identified an issue that they didn't deem unsatisfactory if they didn't think it was elevated to that level. And so that might be something very severe like sewage, or it could be that they have a variety of smaller issues that then elevate the overall inspection to unsatisfactory.
Commissioner Steele, did you have?
I do have a question, so.
It's not on, Commissioner Steele.
Sorry. I did push it on.
Yeah, I know, I saw you.
Do they inspect every year, or do they go on complaints?
They both. So they are required to inspect every community at least once per year. If they find issues, they may be going out to that community more often to recheck, and then also on a complaint. People can call in on a complaint basis and let them know of issues.
I mean, I know I was in Lillman in a mobile home park and literally saw the raw sewage come in somebody's home.
Yep, and we see that in the reports, and then also in speaking with Department of Health, they verified that that's the biggest issue.
Barry?
So, but this is for just the Department of Health complaints. What we also know is that if they do not have a tight system, a lot of these are on flat rates. They don't pay by volume, and that flows into, and we treat that. So that there's a number of other issues where it causes issues in our system. So I just, this is only the Department of Health inspections.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, housing safety and quality. So again, that HUD code that was established in 1976, we do actually have a lot of units built prior to the establishment of the code here in Pinellas County. So this is a countywide number that 67% of the units, or 31,000 units, were built in 1979 or earlier. So these units are going to have poor fire safety standards, lower wind resistance in storms, and other potential structural and safety issues that can be associated with age. And then one more note that I'll make here, the HUD code was updated in 1994 after Hurricane Andrew to improve weather and wind resistance. So units built after 1976 but before 94 were built to standards, but they don't have the highest level of wind resistance standards. And that image is the certification that is required by HUD to appear on the mobile homes. Lastly, management practices. So these are some examples of the kinds of challenges that we see in relation to management practices in manufactured home communities. We saw in our survey of residents that more than a third of residents were concerned about park maintenance and conditions in their park, as well as the ability to resolve issues between various parties within their park. We also see that despite Florida statute that says that there should not be retaliatory conduct, that that's unlawful, that's still a very real fear for residents when it comes to poor conditions or maintenance issues or other types of things. And then the lack of a local manager can relate to a variety of issues like maintenance, as we've already spoken about, but also conduct in the park and responsiveness to resident issues or complaints. So with that, I will turn it back over to Evan to talk about some recommendations.
Real quick, one
Sure.
question. What percentage of our mobile home parks would you say are individually owned versus individual property ownership?
Good question. I meant to share that. So it is 79 manufactured home communities, or about 2/3, that are under single ownership, and then about 43 that have resident ownership, whether it's through cooperative or individually owned lots.
Okay. And do most of the complaints that are being driven, are they being driven towards the single ownership, or is it just all across the board?
That's a good question. I don't have the answer to in front of me, but we could look further into that. We do hear anecdotally that resident-owned communities oftentimes are getting together and taking care of their maintenance issues. So.
Okay. Thank you. Evan?
Well, and I did want to point out that I think that, you know, depending on when we put out our survey, you know, in off season and with COVID and things like that, there has been less. There's probably been less response than there could be if we run it again. And so one of the things that we will talk about in the recommended strategies is something that, you know, we want to make this more of a regular process where we're reaching out to our communities, you know, every year, every 2 years to see how things change over time. Because, you know, obviously the last year has been a bit crazy. We haven't gotten our Canadians down to live seasonally and so forth. And so we want to make sure that we're out there having that communication more regularly. So with that, I wanted to walk you through, and again, we see this as a framework of recommendations that, depending on input and questions we receive today, we're going to continue to refine, ultimately to bring them back to you with specificity attached to them regarding cost, impact, timing, et cetera. So I'll go through each one of the strategy areas, starting with disaster vulnerability and some of the programs and recommendations, projects that we're recommending. So first is looking at possibly implementing a localized tie-down program. There is, and this would be to improve safety, particularly as it relates to storms. There is a state program that has existed for some time, but they are no longer accepting applications due to funding constraints. So that could be something that, you know, we could build off of that locally here and provide that service. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, since we just talked about how many units were built back in the 70s and earlier, and I know it's hard to do a broad brush on any of these because the disparity between some of the parks is so, I mean, you go some
Massive,
places and it's, you know, everything is first rate, and then you go to others and you could tie things down and a storm would come and the only thing left would be the tie downs.
Right.
You know, so how do we evaluate that as far as any, and I know this is still early, but how would we think about evaluating the program we do for some of the units that are really, you know, well beyond what they were, the life?
Well, to the point that Caitlin brought up, I mean, I think that 94 is a place to start. That 94 and on, where the standards changed after Andrew, so that at least you know you're getting a level of quality to the unit, the initial construction of the unit. That may be a place to start with that particular thing. Another, we could look at the ownership itself. Are we talking to residents who actually own the property and the unit? You know, we can identify those criteria, but I would say that quality of construction's going to be most important. And we've had conversations with emergency management about that, and they spoke to that issue, which is, you know, some of the old ones really do, they just get shredded with any type of significant storm. And so would it really make a difference if we tied down the chassis, more significantly? And probably not in that instance.
Yeah, and on that, I just feel like, I know we're talking about a vulnerability to things, but it seems like because of, and I got a couple emails from folks.
Sure.
But it seems like they're very vulnerable to begin with. These properties, the size of the land that is there under single ownership, and as you even said today, they're near primary corridors, become attractive pieces of property. When you start talking about all of these things, are we talking about into those properties as well that may not be here in a year or two?
Right.
I mean, I know we don't want to ignore, but on the other hand, what's your thought process there?
Well, I mean, I think to your point again, there is a very clear split in many instances where you're talking about a single owner rental type property versus the actually own the parcels or a cooperative. We certainly can define those criteria. I would assume, just thinking on the fly here as we look at a single owner property, that if they were to be accepting of those types of resources, particularly for larger investments related to infrastructure or something like that, there would have to be an agreement that they would maintain the existence of the park for a number of years or something like that, which is very common in what we do with affordable housing grants and things like that.
I'm not sure that would encourage them or discourage them, but
I agree
but if
completely.
we do, I
right.
think there needs to be some commitment.
And I certainly don't want to disparage single owners who are running quality parks. They do exist throughout the community, and they may be looking for funding opportunities to help improve the park for long-term
No question.
viability.
So. Know some personally. They do a great job. At their park,
Exactly.
so.
Interesting to kind of get to the discussion about shelter and one of the items that Caitlin brought up around evacuations. Emergency management, there's a lot of these older parks who oftentimes, particularly resident-owned, retirement, 55 and over type parks that may have amenities like a community center or something like that on site. And so they were really interested in the idea of many of these, if they're outside of the flood zone, could potentially provide safe shelter for a portion of their residents during a storm or something like that, as opposed to having to evacuate everyone whenever there is a evacuation within the county. So we're interested in looking into how something like that may play out, whether that be through, how many of these parks actually exist, how many have amenity centers that are built to a certain standard, and what that might look like. But that was something that, whether it be through technical assistance or potential future funding, that was an interesting recommendation that we definitely were thinking might be good to explore. The repetitive flood loss properties is something I'm sure you've heard about a lot via Lisa Foster and others talking about floodplain. There are some funding sources available at the federal level that Lisa, we're kind of working to document that for our final report. But also looking at the potential of is there a set aside that we as the county may be willing to commit to look into some of these specific areas to reduce those issues around repetitive flood loss, essentially. Looking at, as you were mentioning, Commissioner Eggers, a minute ago, about that, the fact that a lot of these are located in and around significant corridors. This idea of how do we look at growth and rising land value. One of them is the statute allows for those individual owners who are looking to sell their property. The residents within that park do have a opportunity and the first right to spend, I don't remember the specific number, it is not a significant amount of time, but they get an amount of time to actually organize and try to purchase or meet whatever that a purchase price is, to buy the park and create a cooperative. So one of the things as the county, again, looking at how do we educate, providing that education, facilitating to these opportunities, letting people know that this is how the process works, so that when you do have this instance happen, that, folks aren't completely caught off guard or unaware as to what's going on or what their options may be. So that could be a role that we certainly could play from an educational standpoint. The financial incentives around infrastructure maintenance and upgrades, I think the best example is one that our folks in utilities are working with now around the Restore Act, which is looking at, I believe, 15 parks. And the idea there is that we're going to look into negotiating agreements with the owners, going in there and essentially doing design work for improvements to their sewer systems, their sewage systems within those parks. And so the goal there is ultimately to, upgrade those systems to reduce the I&I, the stormwater that gets into our sewage system and creates those capacity issues that Barry was kind of talking about. It's an excellent opportunity to kind of tie that type of investment to improving not only our capacity issues, but also maybe offering other opportunities for us as planning, community development, others to work with some of these parks moving forward, because obviously this will be county infrastructure moving forward. Yes, sir. Either one.
We're talking about educating the residents about what the opportunities, what their legal rights are,
Right.
what opportunities for them to purchase. We're not actually necessarily talking about us going in and funding.
No, that would not be the intent. And as I mentioned earlier, the Park Saver program was a program that we ran that contributed a small amount to assist if that was, residents were looking to convert in one of these, but it was only a small portion, like a down payment. We're not looking or recommending us going in there and financing these types of purchases. I think our goal here is to facilitate that information. And frankly, if there is, you look around the country, there are programs, there are funders out there that maybe local folks aren't involved with. I think we can provide at least some of that information to them once they're put in that position. Really, it's not about, it's about saying these are your options if this happens. Yes, sir.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So another area where we can look into is really looking at the code. You all are familiar with sections of our code related to non-conforming density and manufactured housing. Looking at that, looking at the outcomes if parks are to be redeveloped, and whether that be through a one-for-one replacement model or whether that be in the redevelopment model. How are we ensuring that from a aesthetic and workability and basic standards and amenities, how are we meeting our goals as a community? How are we ensuring that we're not just losing all of our affordable housing stock, which is within these parks? This is a very large number of affordable units within our community. So those are types of things that we can look at from a code perspective as well. The emergency park closure response is talking to some of the cities and other service providers, it became very clear that oftentimes, for various reasons, whether it be utilities or otherwise, there'll be large evictions from some of these rental communities, health, safety reasons, et cetera, and really just trying to have a bit more of a coordinated effort of how we go about assisting residents in finding new places to be and those types of things. Our human services folks do work closely with the cities and their community development departments when these things happen, as well as other nonprofits. But there may be an opportunity for us as the county to look into setting aside some emergency assistance funding or something along those lines that could be brought on during one of those evictions where you suddenly are shuffling trying to find individual units for a number of people at once. And a couple other items that we're looking at, we have had discussions with our code enforcement department, and they're really looking at how do we address the issue of just changes in state statutes around anonymous filing anonymous complaints for code issues. How do we navigate that space, as well as whether or not we want to think through being a little bit more proactive as it relates to maybe certain manufactured housing communities or, more generally, those communities as a whole. The staff coordination and target services, again, I think that there is a potential for creating some point people within the organization that could help facilitate gathering information, providing technical assistance when issues come up with manufactured housing specifically. So many departments touch these communities that even if it's just as we've designated a small team that when those questions come in, they are committed to answering those questions. I think that could help facilitate some of these services and deal with emergency situations. And the last one we talked a little bit about was, again, education. When we talked to the Florida Manufactured Housing Association during our stakeholder outreach, that was one of the things that came up, like talk about how do we educate our owners. The city of Largo had a program called Pride in Your Park, which I'm sure Commissioner Gerard would be familiar with, where they went out and they actually met with community owners, had those conversations, and taught them about what's available, how to address issues or disputes that may happen in their communities. And then finally, one of the issues that came up several times was the fact that because the county doesn't do building permitting for repairs on manufactured housing, oftentimes there are some issues with contractors maybe not knowing best practices when dealing with some of these old units, just because they are different. They're different types of structures. And so are there opportunities for us in Florida Manufactured Housing Association? Again, we had that conversation about creating a partnership where we're educating our contractors so that they understand what the best practices are, in hopes that we not only get better outcomes, but reduce issues with overcharging and things like that. That were anecdotally shared throughout various sources of information. With that, our schedule right now is, we wanted to come to you all with our first, our analysis and some of our recommended ideas and strategies. We want to go back out to these partners that we've been talking to following this meeting and talk to them about some of these ideas as well and get their feedback to make sure that we're on the right track. And then we'll be putting together a strategy document to bring back to you a little bit more meat on the bone as far as kind of the short list of prioritization, year 1, year 3, year 5, those types of recommendations in late 21 and the beginning of 22. With that, we'll answer any questions.
Any additional questions, Commissioner Flowers? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple. I was writing
Yes,
them
ma'am.
down throughout. For the survey, and maybe I missed it, how was that survey administered to the park residents?
So we delivered it, we had an online presence, and we had our communications folks do outreach online, whether that be through Nextdoor and social media, et cetera. We actually met with owners of the parks and gave surveys to them and asked them to distribute because a lot of them have their own internal, whether it be bulletin boards or email, et cetera, within their parks. And we also went park to park. We had folks from planning travel with, say, code enforcement or emergency management while they were doing other outreach and basically hand them out. And in several instances, the folks would fill them out right there and we'd bring them back shortly thereafter. So it was a partnership effort. We tried to hit as many different ways as possible. But, again, we fully acknowledge that we can continue to kind of find ways to improve that as we build those relationships.
I think the ways that you did it were commendable, going the extra mile. If there's an opportunity, I would love for that survey to be redistributed. When you look at the number of mobile home parks from your diagram that you showed and the number of people that constitute makeup for that, 177 is good. Usually, you're lucky if you get an 18% return on any type of mail surveys. But if there's an opportunity, that would be really good to hear. I do have a question about the sewage issues and concerns because that certainly is a health concern.
Right.
And some of the mobile home parks off of Haynes Road, for example, and some others that are less affluent mobile home parks, I'm trying to be nice about saying that, they do have children there. And as a result of our housing issues, that has become a #1 place for persons to move because they can afford that. And so that's a real concern to me, for me. So if the Department of Health goes out and they see that it's a sewage issue, which is a major concern, is there then communication with our code enforcement department such that whatever additional actions that need to take place towards the person who owns the park, whether it is the group of persons residing there as owners or if it's single ownership? And the reason I'm asking that is because I've served on code enforcement boards before. You guys know this. People will continue to come. They'll get a legal premises agent. They'll do a number of things to keep pushing back the opportunity for them to fix the problem. And I know we've worked real hard to change the way that we handle code enforcement and the way that we handle any type of fines, so that it's not this long, drawn-out process. But do we have something in place that really pushes fixing the problem? I understand going out multiple times and stuff, but that doesn't fix the problem. That just exacerbates a continued problem. So are we kind of tighten?
So like you said, they will go out multiple times to re-inspect, and you'll see that happen in the reports very quickly. So they might be out on the 27th and then again on the 29th when it's an issue like sewage. But they also do have a mechanism to issue an actual violation and fine folks if they need to. In our conversations with the Department of Health, they said that it never typically reaches that level. So they are able to resolve it through bringing out, the private contractor or plumber or whatever needs to happen to fix that sewage problem and take care of that in that manner. And then in terms of conversations with other, county agencies, I think their typical code enforcement would be the one that they're most in contact with. I'm not sure that that's employed as much in this type of situation. I think usually it's just Department of Health re-inspecting, and if they needed to, they could move it to the level of violation and a fine.
A list of what I call frequent flyers. You always tend to have this person or persons who you are continuously, having to address these health and safety issues in parks. So do we have a list of those frequent flyers and just,
Yes,
for lack of a better term, riding them to make sure that they're doing what they need to do?
Right, I don't have that in front of me right now, but we do have the breakdown of inspections, and we can see the parks where they've had to go out multiple times. And I think to answer that question of who are the true frequent flyers, is it that it took a few visits for them to resolve the issue, but then the issue did not come up again next year? Or are we seeing repeat issues year after year? And we can look at the data again to see that.
Okay. For the mobile home tie-down program, they say they want to wait until they get down to a 3-year wiggle room before they start taking new applications. And since this is through the hurricane mitigation, maybe we would want to consider making this one of our legislative priorities for additional funding. Because it says for trailers that are 1999 and prior. And there are some of our less experienced mobile home parks that you can obviously tell that those units are extremely old. I'm just throwing that out into the atmosphere. Maybe that's something that we would like to do to see about gaining, because I'm sure, maybe if it got some traction, it would happen not just for ours, but maybe for other people throughout the state. Mr. Tom?
And yeah, Commissioner, if I can address the code enforcement, there are areas in the county in the south where we know that we have heavier concentrations. So we have assigned a code enforcement person to be in that community, assigned to that community. We also had to, one of the areas that we are mindful is maintaining a balance between enforcing in areas that are not related to what was discussed here, but they're not life-threatening to the individual, and enforcing that too much to the point that those individuals now, they don't have a home where they can be. So we maintain that balance, but just so you know that we actually have someone assigned to one of those communities where we know that there's greater challenges related to mobile home.
And I wholeheartedly agree, because it can become too tense for someone, and then they turn around and sell. They're going to get a lot of money because, like you said, most of these mobile home communities are on major thoroughfares, and they're very attractive for developers. And so, yes, the other side to that is someone not having a place that they can afford to live. But I still think that they should be able to live in a place that's safe, clean, and
Yes.
And so I do understand and fully recognize that very delicate balance. And thank you for sharing that. So, question. For tiny homes, because I'm learning more and more about affordable housing and tiny homes. So there are two types of tiny homes. There's the one that people can tote around, because you see them, they hook them up and they drive them around, and they can link in at a mobile home park or whatever to their sewer system. And then there's the stationary tiny home. So for a mobile home park, if someone were to move in their tiny home, because it's mobile, would that be considered a mobile home?
That is a question. I don't know if I know the answer to that.
And the reason I'm asking is because Perk in St. Pete, they're building a lot of tiny homes. They're being utilized by veterans and other persons who are homeless. They certainly are less expensive, of course. Electric, water, et cetera. That's less expensive for them. They're becoming more and more popular for good reason. But I am just wondering, because that may be a way for individuals who can't afford to buy a new mobile home or a like a Palm Harbor home, where they kind of ship them in and anchor them down, but they could afford that tiny home. But if the tiny home is mobile, it's a mobile home.
Yeah. I will get that answer for you. We will look into that because I don't know specifically the legal definition of that particular mobile home. Because you're right, some of them are sitting on chassis.
They are mobile.
Yeah.
Here's my other question.
You're bringing good ones today.
In St. Pete, when I was on city council, we actually built the first container home. And that was a challenge because there were no permitting rules or anything related to that. So it was a learn as you go kind of thing. They are very stable. So they can be anchored down as a home. But I'm seeing more and more, because I signed up for a housing thing that was yesterday mobile, where they're mobile. Because they cut them out and they look really great. So would
Another
that be
one to look up.
considered a mobile home?
I have
Because
not seen those.
I'll forward you the link. They're really
Please do.
neat.
I have not seen those used with the mobile with the chassis. I mean, obviously, I know from a shipping perspective they can do that, but I haven't seen them from the converted into a single house and then left on a chassis. But I've certainly seen them anchored down to a foundation, either a single unit or multiple units put together, which is pretty common.
And I'm sure other of my colleagues have received some calls for concern out of the Lelman area with the number of mobile home parks that are within the area, which even with the map that you guys showed us, it's a really heavy concentration. And it is what people can afford, and they're really trying to work with them. But, they are being squeezed. And I'm not saying all mobile home park single owners are bad people. So anybody watching, please don't say that Renee said that. What I am saying is that even when you go visit some of these, and I've been to some of these, they are very challenging. And the persons living there are doing the best they can for what they have, and it is what they can afford. And so some of them are very hesitant about saying anything because that's what they can afford. And as was so eloquently placed by Mr. Tom, that too much complaining then could result in their lease not being renewed. Some are month-to-month lease and things of that nature. So I would love for us to consider exploring just how we can really marry that between code enforcement for safety and health rationales versus not wanting to put anybody out. Because quite frankly, a whole lot of landlords are no longer accepting the Section 8 vouchers. We're seeing that from the Jordan Park residents that have to be relocated. So it's not like they have a whole lot of options. The wraparound services that the Continuum of Care, formerly the Homeless Coalition, we're running out. I serve on that committee for the commissioners. We're running out of places. Hotels. We're running out of hotels where we can place people. And so it is a catch-22, but I am very cognizant of the issues and concerns, certainly care a lot about those individuals and want to do anything that we can that humanely keeps them in their place, but also to let single owners know that just because those persons have limited options, there is still a standard, an expectation standard, and if not, we should do whatever we can do to hold them accountable for their lack of service.
I agree, and it's a very interesting and challenging part of the law, and because of the state statute, but I do think there are plenty of opportunities for us to do a better job. And something I've heard over and over again is really, I think there's areas of improvement, even if we just internally are improving communication between departments, doing a better job of outreach to residents, et cetera, because, if folks feel like the county is listening, is watching, is a partner, is having those communications on a regular basis. They're, more active. They may be more likely to, discuss, complain with us about potential issues, but also landlords, owners may be willing to ask us about potential services or funding sources that we may have available. And I don't want to, I do think it's important. And when we come back and have further discussions, there is a need for some commitment of resources to help with some of these issues when it comes to repair. One of the recommendations we talked about was grants for manufactured housing units. How do you create a program that kind of addresses that issue of repair? We have discussions, again, Largo was discussing a program they have that they've slowly but surely been trying to build up with funding to do emergency repairs. And, and they brought up, you have an older retired couple or an older retired woman who has a hole in the floor and can't fix it. If we can provide services even just for that basic level of health safety, maybe there's an opportunity there. But then you also have to educate the contractors and so forth. So it is, I've been in planning for quite a long time. It is a very challenging area of focus, but it's been, eye-opening to all of us, and we're really interested in trying to bring the right
Let me try to
Yes,
get
sir.
a couple more questions in here. Commissioner Peters?
Thank you, Mr.
Well,
Chair.
I had questions, so that was the time to ask.
My questions were much more eloquently stated by Commissioner Flowers, so it was really about the Lillman area and enforcement, and so I'll
Okay, great.
pass on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. Commissioner Peters, go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. Well, one, it was good to hear the Department of Health actually inspects, or is supposed to inspect once a year, because I will tell you, for years, I couldn't get a straight answer from who had authority to do that. I was told many times that there wasn't the same kind of rules for mobile home parks as there were for apartments, because it was actually under Department of Motor Vehicles, and so the inspection process was different, and if they own the unit versus they rent it, and all those kind of things. So hearing that with the Department of Health is encouraging. I want to go kind of more just for a second, and I know we've got to run, but a global thought about the mobile homes and manufactured housing as a affordable home strategy in Pinellas. I understand the need for it as a current units that exist, but if we had a vacant lot somewhere, would the thought be that mobile homes would be a reasonable option there, or would we opt for even a two-story apartment for the density benefits there?
Well, I think the distinction is really important as far as a mobile home versus a, say, modular home, right? I do think modular home technology, which is on a foundation, which meets all of our current building standards, is something that we can be looking at for a new development if we wanted to do something single-family style or something like that. But no, I don't think we are necessarily, and I can let Barry speak more to this as well, of course, but we're not necessarily at this time looking at something that would exacerbate, say, maybe the shelter issue or other concerns we might have. So it wouldn't be the first place that we would go. And certainly from our programs, we're looking at doing more multifamily, more duplex, if any reason, just for the number of units that you can get within a piece of property. So I wouldn't say it's first on my list. I won't discount anything 100%. But.
Sure, no, absolutely. And maybe at some point you could bring back some information. It'd be interesting, because I was just starting to look online, and I really am not, what the difference is as far as, we know the rents are getting pretty high for apartments, but what is the rent if you're renting a unit? I saw several units on sale in the $25,000 range, but most of the lots were in the $400 to $500 lot space rental. So if you finance the 25 and then you've got the 400 lent, how much better are you doing? So anyway, just having some of those cost comparisons so we know what the affordability, if you're able to provide some of that would be very helpful.
We will definitely do the best we can. It is a challenging, because of course they don't report to, the regular folks who report on apartments, but we certainly will continue to look and to find some of that information, even if more and more anecdotal information, just to share it with you all.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Seal.
I just really want to thank you. This was an excellent report, and I chaired the Manufactured Housing Task Force way back then. And it indeed is a choice by many folks that do want to live in a mobile home park because of the community, but we do need to make sure that they are safe, and it's nice to see that we're finally maybe coming up with ways that we can help to finance and to incent safe and affordable housing in this arena, because, over past years, they kind of threw their hands up and said, this isn't anything that we can really invest in, but I think we should.
And no, I really appreciate that. And I would say, and not only do we have a great team, but Caitlin has done a fantastic job really wrapping her mind around all of this information and coordinating with everybody. So it's been a team effort, but we wouldn't be here without her. So thank you very much.
Evan, I've gotten a couple emails that I'll make sure I forward to you. This input from residents. When are we going to have an opportunity for our residents to weigh in again with thoughts, concerns, creative ideas, whatever, for us to receive?
So I would say that, our plan in the immediate future is to start to, based on the input we've received here, refine our recommendations a little bit, and really then kind of go back out to the folks that we talked to as stakeholders, community groups that we've met with so far, and of course are open to meeting with additional community groups as needed to have that conversation. So we'll be back in Palm Harbor and likely in Lillman for sure. So, I want that to be as communications, as they are bringing up comments or questions, by all means, Caitlin and I are here to respond and, do what we can to answer those questions. So.
And I would just add by saying this is one, piece in the toolkit. We need to overlay this with utilities and strategies and issues that they're having with other types of options that we bring forward. Each area is going to be different,
right?
And I think we've talked a lot about some of the challenges today. There's probably many areas we could code enforce right now, but then where do people live? And that becomes one of those real delicate issues that we have to work with. So. But I think there may be resources that we can bring to the table that would enable us to address longstanding problems. But also, it has to be part of our affordable housing strategy. And so this gives us a framework and data to work with, and now, the staff can work in a coordinated manner.
Thank you. Barbara, did you have anything else on the communication front, or? Oh, I'm sorry, Barbara's. I was looking over and it looked like Barbara. All right, we are going to take a break for lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock for the remaining, 3 or 4 items that we have left. Thanks. we're going to back up and do the American Rescue Plan. And so, Barry, take it away.
So, Commissioners, this will be the first time that we kind of roll out some our thoughts and ideas regarding the American Rescue Plan. This is a very complicated process that we've watched and had to see rules developed and other things to really come up with strategies that we could pursue. And I've asked Kevin Knutson to kind of oversee this area, but I'm going to ask him to come up and kind of lay out that overview strategy, and then he'll also introduce staff that we've recently employed to help us manage this over the next 3-year period.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Kevin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm Kevin Knutson, Assistant County Administrator. One of the things that we're really concerned about here and really focusing on is that this is a rare opportunity where we're going to have this funding coming in. We haven't seen anything like this before, and I'm pretty sure we're not likely to see something like this again. So we want to make sure we do this correctly and deliberately. And so that's part of what you're going to hear today is the process that we're going through. And the very first thing that we focused on are what are the rules of engagement here? What is Treasury putting in front of us in terms of how we have to do this, how we have to report back, what it is that they're expecting from us, what the program can be used for, what the monies can be applied for. And one of the things you'll hear me say over and over again is while we're focusing on our entitlement money here, there is trillions of other dollars out in the nation that we should be going after to increase the amount of money that we're bringing in to the county. And so one of the things that you'll hear about today is how we're going to effectuate some contacts in the community that allow people to get to those sources of funding, that allow them to apply for things that are for individuals, that are for businesses, and that are for nonprofits, so that we increase the total amount of investment in the community. We've been doing a lot of work with staff to understand what our needs are, and we've been focusing on things that we've known for a while that we need to do, but we haven't had the resources to do. This is a rare opportunity to catch up on some of those things that you've wanted to do for years, particularly in communities that are disadvantaged, that we just have not had funding sources to do. So you're going to hear some programs that staff has brought forward that we think are a good fit for what they're trying to do with the ARPA funding. And lastly, we want to make sure that we use these in a way that doesn't increase our liability in the future. We don't want to create new programs that we have to expend funds on an ongoing basis. We'd rather make investments that improve the community for the long term, but allow us to do it in a way that we can use these funds once and then not have ongoing liabilities associated with them. So as part of our planning, we realized that this is very different than CARES. CARES was a very short period of time, and we had to react quickly and do things right away. And so we used in-house resources for that. With this, we've got 4 or 5 years where we've got to manage this, report on this, and do all kinds of things to make sure that we're incorporating the Treasury guidelines. So we've hired additional staff to support this. And I'm going to introduce you to Lara Wojan. She's our ARPA program manager. It's a temporary assignment for the duration of this program. But she's going to give you the presentation today, walk you through what our initial planning is. And you'll see that there's a lot of work that's gone in so far, but we still have a long way to go. So there's going to be quite a few opportunities for us to talk to you about these programs and projects over the coming weeks and months. So with that, Lara.
Hi, Lara. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. As mentioned, my name is Lara Wojan. I'm the ARPA program manager. I work at the Office of Management and Budget. So I'm going to talk to you today about the American Rescue Plan Act, our Fiscal Recovery Fund, and how we plan to spend those funds. So I'm going to do an overview of the ARPA and the State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. For the sake of brevity, I'll refer to it as the SLFRF, or the fund. I'll talk about initial proposed projects and then next steps. So what is the American Rescue Plan? As you know, it's $1.9 trillion to assist the recovery from the pandemic and create more resilient communities. The state and local fiscal recovery funds is the part of the $1.9 trillion that transfers to subnational and tribal governments to help their communities recover. Pinellas County has been allocated $189 million. We've received the first tranche of that, the $95 million, in August, and will receive the remainder of August of next year. Cities also get their allocation, And the total for the county, including the municipalities, is about $368 million. The funds are use it or lose it. We have until December 31st, 2026 to spend the money or send it back to Treasury. An imminent key deadline is the submission of the interim recovery plan performance report. That's due to Treasury by October 10th. This is 60 days after receiving the first tranche. Recipients must submit quarterly financial reporting and update recovery plan performance reports by December 31st of every year. These are the expenditure categories that Treasury has set out. And our reporting to Treasury will reflect how much, if any, the county spends on each of these categories. I want to repeat some of what Kevin has said, that this is not CARES, and the American Rescue Plan Act already funds many programs that address, in particular, public health issues and negative economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. There are myriad grant programs for people, businesses, and nonprofits. We don't want to duplicate those. In addition, the state of Florida has made premium payments to frontline workers who are most at risk of contracting the disease. We are going to create a resource on the Pinellas County website to help residents understand the breadth of these services and the financial aid available to them, and also listing grant funding available to nonprofits seeking support. So our focus will be addressing the services to disproportionately impacted communities, the infrastructure piece, and I'll also talk about lost revenue replacement. So the Office of Management and Budget has proposed some guiding principles that creates a framework to help guide staff on how best to spend these dollars. The main purpose of the fund is different from CARES. It's to build a more resilient community rather than address the immediate economic needs. The impacts of these investments should be felt long after the funds have been spent. To that end, we want to be strategic. We want to have a long-term community impact, and we want these projects to align with the county strategic plan. There will be a focus on equity. Our intent is to use investments to bring up parts of the county that have been challenged and, as a result, have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic to increase the resilience of these communities. We will be efficient with these funds. We want to collaborate with municipal partners where priorities align. We'll take a regional approach. We don't want to duplicate existing programs, and we don't want to fund projects that can be funded with other outside sources. It's important that Pinellas County is accountable to Treasury and its residents for its use of the funds. We will report expenditures back to Treasury and post recovery plan performance reports on the Pinellas County website. The plan must be fiscally sustainable. We will not start programs that have legacy costs beyond the grant eligibility period. Our intent is to be responsible stewards of public resources. Next, I want to drill down into some of the expenditure categories with proposed projects. So replacing lost government revenue is the category with the most flexibility. The Office of Management and Budget has estimated that, according to the formula provided by Treasury, $25 million was lost in revenue for the period ending December 31st, 2020. So this category can be used for almost any government purpose. Based on the proposals of department directors, we have provisionally dedicated $15 to $20 million for road resurfacing and $1 to $4 million for cybersecurity projects. In the public health expenditure category, we can fund planned but new mental and behavioral health initiatives over the grant eligibility period, the coordinated access model and the Sheriff Mental Health Squad being the most prominent. 10 to 15 million is estimated to go to these efforts over the next several years. This frees up previously budgeted allocations to spend on other priorities. County staff have identified much-needed hardware and software investments to support the public health facilities that will simplify client service processes and protect client privacy. We estimate $8 to $10 million spent on these investments.
Oops. So if I can just kind of give you a context on a little bit of this. So for instance, you already approved the behavioral and mental health services as part of our budget. These are grant eligible projects that we can then pay for. We'll create capacity within our budget, but then having reimbursement over this 3-year period, including implementation of the CAM, then that's one-time cost. We'll have ongoing costs that we'll build into our budget. So in essence, we've saved that amount of money. We transfer that, and that gives us free money within the general fund that we can, we have more flexibility on. But these are all grant-eligible activities within the AARP funds. So.
Okay. A large portion of the funds will be spent on infrastructure in our hardest hit communities. We propose building and making improvements to parks and playgrounds in Lellman, Ridgecrest, and High Point, which will cost from $25 to $30 million. This amount includes making several county playgrounds ADA compliant, the Safe Routes to Schools projects, creating walkable neighborhoods that will have long-lasting positive impacts on health and safety of children. These are very important investments in the future of the county, and we've estimated $5 to $10 million for these projects. There's plenty of work to do upgrading Pinellas County's sewer systems, reducing stormwater inflow and infiltration, including replacing private lateral lines. We have budgeted $25 to $35 million for this initiative. Our manufactured home communities, important affordable housing options for Pinellas County residents, require updates to their wastewater collection systems, and we have budgeted $25 to $30 million estimated for the construction phase of this project. Linking residents currently on septic to the sewer system will cost an estimated $10 to $15 million. Regional stormwater projects focused on underserved communities have been budgeted to cost about $15 to $20 million. Greater Lellman and Joe's Creek Trail have been identified as candidates for this effort.
And Laura, before you go on with that, to give context, these are not projects, okay? These are concepts and ideas that we would like, that need a lot more work to know whether these are feasible or not. So we're trying to put brackets around, if we were to move in this area, we have a potential cost of this. We still have to develop that program. We still have to see if it's feasible. We'll still have to bring it back to you as we are able to actually dig into those programs. Safe Routes to Schools, for instance. I've talked to many of you about that. That's a great program. Do we have the right-of-way? Does the community even want sidewalks in front of their house? There's a lot more work that needs to be done on that. But as we're coming up with a financing plan, we've got to be able to bracket out the funding, come up with an idea, and then maybe some of these will work, some of them won't, and then we'll come back with different ideas as we go on. So this is trying to get everybody to have input, and so this is a collection of ideas at this point. That'll have to then be worked out later. But as you can see, a lot of these address some of these long-standing issues that we have talked about, but have yet to be able to have sufficient funds to implement.
Barry, when you're talking to the city managers, do they? I mean, they're trying to figure out how and where to use it as well. Do you all have similar? Are you getting a similar list of eligible type areas to use the funds in, or are interpretations all over the place?
Everybody, well, most cities except for St. Petersburg, they literally just found out how much money they're going to get because they had to get that from the state. I had a call, I think it was last week or the week before, they run together, but and they're trying, that's exactly what they're trying to do, is figure that out. So we got St. Petersburg plan, and it was kind of concepts like this. and they just presented that to their city council. But I had said, even on the safe routes to schools, I would love to partner with that, because a safe route to school doesn't matter if it crosses a municipal or unincorporated border. We need to work together on projects like that. So I think there's some real opportunities that it's going to require some time to figure out how to work and coordinate those efforts. But we're just now at that kind of coordination phase of the program. And by outlining this, it gives our staff, okay, we know we can, work on these types of projects, and then they can go off on, and get into the details of each specific one.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. I know you didn't have much to finish up. You want to? I'm sure we'll have some other questions here shortly.
Sure, I'm going to talk about next steps next. So as mentioned, there's a large number of programs to assist individuals, businesses, and there's grant opportunities for nonprofits. And we will soon be creating a landing page on the Pinellas County website where people can go to see what's available in terms of support. This resource will be updated on a regular basis. We still need to refine the list of potential projects. We want to prioritize those that have the greatest benefit to the community and eliminate those that have alternative funding sources outside of general revenue. I'll be submitting the interim recovery plan performance report to Treasury on October 10th. That sets out the county's overall objectives and how we plan to get there based on our discussions today and then over the coming weeks. Finally, there are other types of projects that we want to flesh out, such as jobs training, apprenticeships, and contaminated site remediation. These are all qualified expenditures under the Treasury guidelines, and we want to explore all options that will benefit the largest number of people in the most vulnerable communities. There's lots of work to be done, and I'm confident in the county staff and appreciate the confidence you've placed in me and my colleagues in dedicating Pinellas County's allocation of the funds to its highest and best use. Thank you.
Thank you. And just before we jump into the conversation, Commissioner Gerard is participating on Zoom right now, and so can I have a motion to allow her to participate in the conversation in a second, and then we'll take that up. Move to approve by Commissioner Seal, second by Commissioner Long. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Commissioner Gerard, you can participate. We'll start with questions, and I'm not sure who's going to let me know that your hands, does anybody know that? Oh, there she is. I can actually see you raise your hand. Okay, good to have you on board. All right, any questions? Yeah, Commissioner Justice.
Thank you. I've got a few random questions, so kind of all over the place. You had $10 million for public health facilities. What public health facilities would those be?
Yeah, I don't have the details of those, but I can get back to you on that.
But I'm just curious what public health facilities that
Bill's
we,
going to come up. So,
as a county, have.
So I'm going to let Bill come up, and he can answer that. So I've got here, this is, a very large document, page by page by page of projects that departments submitted. Okay, and these are ideas. Many of them I look at and I go, they have legacy costs, we can't do that. We're going to have to sift through many of the ideas and get down there. So that's the reason we're talking about in broad categories. We have to refine this a lot more. But Bill, go ahead and answer to the specific question.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Commissioner Justice, to answer your question regarding the health facilities, it's actually a combination of software and the facilities themselves. So the facilities themselves includes, and the ones I'm specifically familiar with and recall, are the Department of Health's facilities that we're responsible for maintaining in the capital improvements. And we have a list of capital improvements that are forecast out over the next couple of years to address those facilities. It includes things like roofs and HVAC and things like that. In addition to that, on the software side, y'all may be familiar with CHETUS, which is the countywide system that's used for bringing all the data together from all our providers. And that has been around as long as Opus. And as you know, we're going through an Opus project upgrade right now because that system has been around for 10 plus years and is well overdue for an update. CHETUS is in the same position. So we forecast out what we think we'll need to be able to upgrade that, and that's part of that number that you see listed there.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And I guess I wasn't aware or forgotten that we had the responsibility for the State Department of Health physical responsibilities. 25 million in lost revenue. I assume that's sales tax? Because we obviously, our budget increased, so
So the December 31st, 2020 is the calibration point for calculating that per Treasury guidelines. You do that on an annual basis. And at the time through December 31st of 2020, if you think about where our trajectory was at that point, we had the airport that had significant revenue loss, and we had TDT, which had significant revenue loss, as the major sources of where that lost revenue is coming from. That being said, it was somewhat across the board in some respects. Obviously not property taxes, but we did have some on the sales tax. We did have things in sales and use taxes. If you think about it at the parks do have fees. Campground, for example, had a reduction in how much revenue was being able to generate there. So across the entire county, and this is across every revenue source, that is all grouped together into one. So in its collective, total, that's where the 25 million came from. And based on the recovery that we've experienced, we have no expectation that when we do a calculation for December 31st of this year, that we'll be showing any lost revenue any longer.
right. And I would anticipate that we wouldn't put any of the ARPA money into things that we would spend the TDT funds on. That wouldn't be an appropriate, in my humble opinion, appropriate use of those funds. All right, that I kind of figured it was, but I'm glad you brought up the parks. The only other question I really had was more of a global question of, and it reminds me on a exponential scale of the BP money. When we got $7 million in BP money with no strings attached, that we could spend it on pretty much anything in the county, and we divvied it up among 100 different projects, and we didn't get $7 million of bang. And I just wondered if we had thought about, when you were having all these discussions with your staff before coming here, did we think about anything that was a $100 million project in Pinellas County that was something that, this is a never in a lifetime will we have $180 million, and I know there's none of these are not worthwhile. These are all projects of merit. But is there a project that's a $100 million project that we could change Pinellas County? And I guess I just was curious if you and the staff had those kind of brainstorming sessions.
I wouldn't personally characterize any of the projects that we're looking at as one of those transformational $100 million projects. I think that what we've looked at is where are areas that we know are historically underserved and underfunded, and where we know that we have fundamental issues. And when you look at the wastewater in the mobile home parks as an example, when you look at septic sewer, those are good examples. Now, are those $100 million projects in one project? They're not, but the investments we would be making there would be transformational for those communities.
And you did talk about lost revenues like sales tax. And I was sitting there specifically, not that I'm, pitching anything to my colleagues, but our gas tax fund, for instance, experienced large decline in use last year because of less miles. For instance, could be supplemented as a source.
That's right.
Okay.
And that's one of the reasons that you see a majority of what we're initially conceiving for how we would use that 25 million is on roads.
And, Mr. Chairman, if I could, and I hesitate to throw out any ideas because it's always dangerous, especially after you've spent $180 million. But I am curious, and we've been searching all day and we couldn't find the old articles, the old staff reports, what the cost was, and again, I shouldn't bring it up, but what the cost was to return Toy Town to Virgin Earth. If we remember those estimates from, it's probably 5, 6, 7 years ago.
That's an excellent question, and I don't have that in my head either.
Okay.
Well, I will also just remind that we do have costs that are ongoing. We're getting ready to stand up a central site, something 2 months ago I hadn't planned. And so there's going to be cost associated with getting us through the rest of this pandemic, and so we want to be mindful that there of those costs as we kind of do our planning. And considering the size, there's certainly sufficient funds, but
okay.
Any other comments, questions? Yeah, Commissioner Gerard.
I also had a couple of random questions. So when we ask for lost revenue, do we have to put that back in the funds where it came from? Or can it just be used for whatever is eligible,
No, it can be used for any general government purpose.
for anything,
Almost.
even beyond the criteria? Okay.
You can't use it to throw into a pension fund. You can't use it to settle judgments, that kind of thing. But,
Okay. I didn't add up as you were going along, but have we allocated in our minds the whole 189 million?
No, and we're not there of even prioritizing projects yet. I think the issue is we're trying to get a handle on, and I think the staff did a good job of kind of saying, if you look at it this way, we've got to have projects over the next 3 years. So if we take that at, 60, 70 million dollars, over a 3-year period, it gives us time, because things we want to work on this first year, we may have different ideas by the second, but so we're going to have kind of an iterative process to be able to flesh out several of these bigger ideas, especially.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, one of the bigger ideas that occurs to me is replacing our building, but I know that was something that we budgeted some for in the penny money, but I also understand we're over-promised in the penny budget. So are there things that we're going to be able to pick up off that list that?
Yeah, it's actually a very good question. The penny money, as you know, there's a lot of promises, and we're trying to get we're going to talk about capital next, and everybody knows that what you had projected in 2017 as a cost is no longer possible to build it for that. So there it is being challenged. It's about $100 million short in the overall projections, and that's if that we're going to be wrong on that, but it's certainly challenged. So one of the projects is the replacement of our facility. I have looked at other ideas on doing that other than through the use of these funds or others, but that's certainly something as we kind of look at this, and especially as we replace lost revenue. Where we put these funds into our general fund, it gives us a lot more flexibility. When we offset things that we're budgeting, such as mental health unit, again, then that we're able to pay for that frees up dollars that we were committing to, and again, that becomes reserves. And so it builds up our reserves to where then, as our space plan comes online this fall, and we have a better idea of what we're doing with that we can establish strategies to be able to pay for that.
Well, and I'd also like us to think about when all is said and done, if there's money left over, can we throw it in the affordable housing pot? Because that's a never-ending need that just gets worse. We're barely keeping our head above water there. That's all.
Okay. Barry, in that pile of stuff there that you have of ideas, are we including some redoing trail, for instance, as an example, repaving trail? I mean, there's some areas of the trail that are just, again, I mean, is that part of the?
I don't know.
You don't know? It's too long of a list.
It's a long list, and we really I haven't specifically gotten in detail. Maybe Laura would know.
Yeah, I think that rehabilitating trails, anything that gets people outside, the built environment is a social determinant of health, which is one of the expenditure categories. So if you can increase the ability for people to enjoy the outdoors, that's eligible.
Yeah, certainly our neighborhood roads where we're short on neighborhood road. We've done good on the collectors and the arterials, but we got a lot of catching up to do with our residential roads.
And we address sidewalks as that, and part of our roads is part of our budget process. But we know that we need to put more money into our road system, and what that number is. So the more that we have the flexibility to do that, we can certainly shift, especially on the general fund. As you free up general fund dollars, you can certainly shift those wherever, and so that gives us a lot of flexibility.
It strikes me just that septic to sewer number is low, but I mean, again, you're just trying to parcel it out, but we'll see, right? I mean,
I'm very, it's like asking Kelly how much Grand Canal is going to cost. She's like, well, there's too many factors.
Yeah.
Don't make me before I bid something out or design it, put a number to it. Well, in many cases, that's what we're asking our staff to do here. Before they've dug in and kind of come back with a project, we're asking them to put some numbers. So we're going to have to be flexible with that and give ourselves some time to be able to go after those highest ranked priorities first that you agree with. And again, I think just like I saw the $5 to $10 million for the safe routes to schools, that's something I think everybody can agree with. And if it comes back at 20 million, well then we should look at this because, we've gone decades after decades of areas where kids are walking down the middle of the street with flooded roads trying to get to school. So I think that's something that we can really rally around and take this one-time money to be able to make a difference in the community.
Agreed. Okay, any other comments, questions at this point? Go ahead.
I have one more. First, how long have you been on board now?
It's 1 month today.
So I wanted to deflect a few questions from her because she's done a good job in a very short period of time trying to rally all the departments and efforts and thoughts. But again, we're happy to have her on board. She's going to be leading, this effort. And so this was her first shot out at kind of rolling out what we've done thus far. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, welcome. Good to have you here with us.
Thanks a lot.
The other thing that I wanted, and I've talked to you individually about, is, we've said repeatedly that we have a challenge within our own workforce. We have high COVID rates within the community and within our own workforce. We have areas that I've had a third of the workforce out, either being exposed to COVID or actually having COVID. And so, and we've talked about that with, the impact on our jail and everywhere. And so I've talked to our constitutional officers and our appointed authorities, and I would like to use some of these funds, which is allowed under the American Rescue Plan. And we've seen other employers and even our partners in Pasco and in Hillsborough and in Tampa come up with their own types of programs, but this is one of the areas you could fund that with, is to incentivize our employees. We've seen the difficulties with mandates, we've seen the challenges, we've seen the exemptions, and all kinds of different things come in, and we've really tried not to go to a mandate, but we need to get our vaccination rates higher. But I also believe that it can be a personal choice, and there's many factors that go into that. And so without getting into that debate, I'd like to propose that we incentivize for our employees that have either taken the vaccine, done the right thing, or that within a specific period of time over the next maybe 6 weeks, because, a Moderna takes a 4-week period, and we have to make some exceptions if there's some health issues, but to incentivize our employees, providing a one-time $750 incentive for them to receive the vaccine. In Pasco and Hillsborough County, they did it in two. They did a $500, Pasco, they did a $500 if you worked the past year, and then $500 if you got the vaccine. Hillsborough did a different amount, a higher amount for just if you've been employed over the last year, but they didn't give raises, so there was a little bit of a difference there. And then they provided $500 if you get the vaccine. I've talked to our constitutional officers, I've talked to the sheriff, and it's our last best effort to increase our vaccination rates. So I put that out. There's things I literally, as we've been in this meeting today, and we had a draft letters kind of circulating around, we need to refine the program and what it would look like and some of the unanswered questions first. But I think it is worth moving on. I think it's worth for the health and safety of our employees. So I would ask for your concurrence in developing and implementing a program like that. I would do it on a reimbursement basis. So for instance, we transfer money to the sheriff. I would wait until after the date. He certifies these amounts. We would protect those as health records. So the employee wouldn't have to go through their supervisor. They would simply submit it to HR, and HR would then keep that as a health record, and that respects the privacy of our employees. And then by that, then they would create that list and transfer that to payroll that would allow for that, that one-time payment. The potential impact, the maximum impact is around $4 million. I think it'll be less than that, but I put that out because we're talking about the American Rescue Plan, and I would ask for your concurrence on that.
So, questions? So, we're talking about using this money,
correct?
Not tax dollars.
That's correct.
I mean, this is dollars
This
that
is-
would otherwise go to projects, but it's not part of our ad valorem.
No,
tax
that's right.
dollars.
It's not ad valorem dollars. It would come out of the American Rescue Plan. It is an authorized use of these funds, and that's what I was.
So when you say 4 million, are you estimating that all employees then, and not just the ones that haven't gotten vaccinated? How are you going to?
Well, no, I say that if every single person was submitted proof of vaccination, that's the maximum it would cost. So therefore, I know that number will be less than that amount, because not everybody, as we all know, is going to
So it's
get
not
vaccinated.
just an incentive plan for those who haven't, but it's also you're paying those who've already gotten one.
Sure, those that have already done the right thing, and my opinion on that, and I get that. We all have that. I have that in my own family, and there's differences of opinion on this, and I understand and respect that. And so, we're not using this as a mandate, and I'm not trying to make it a mandate. I'm saying that I think that it's an incentive, and that if that this would be an encouragement. If they're on the fence. If they're opposed to that or they don't believe it, well, then they have that option and that choice, and we're not trying to force that.
And the last question I had is on precedent. Any concerns that we are creating an environment that just says hold off? They'll come back with they'll come back with an encouragement at some point on some other issue that comes up.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm just talking about the very fact that as we go forward, other things may happen that we would like to see behavior change.
Yeah.
And does this just create a precedent? That's all I'm saying, and that we go down a path that we may have to visit again and again. So
I
just a
understand.
question.
I do understand the concern. I think from as we where we were at even several months ago, I wasn't necessarily looking to do an incentive. I think it was out there and let people make their own choice. As we've seen our rates spike, and as I've seen the impact on our workforce to where it's challenged us even to get our day-to-day jobs done, and the impact on their coworkers, that it requires action. And so given all the circumstances, this was the best action that I thought we could come up with.
Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, hopefully we never have something like this, and we may not have that kind of funding available. We would never do this out of just GR. But this is all your employees, constitutional, and the sheriff's. Because when we talked,
Correct.
I thought it was going to be a little different.
We were talking about doing two different pieces, and then it got more complicated, and the more we talked about it, it says let's put it all into one bucket, and let's base it on the vaccine, and we found consensus amongst all the appointing authorities to structure it in that manner.
And it was, interesting that we had our benefits discussion this morning, because we have that $500 hit if you don't do the biometrics, which I've never liked. And I think, there's a line at Walgreens on December 29th of people getting their biometrics done just so they get the $500 off. But, sorry, I got off on a track there. But do we have any idea of what percentage of our employees?
I have no idea, because that's private information.
Sure.
So we don't ask.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gerard.
I was just going to mention the same thing, that we have that incentive with our wellness program, and I think we even have something for stopping smoking. I mean, this really is a wellness issue, and we want to strongly encourage people to take care of themselves. So I don't have a problem with this.
And I think the wellness issue really is almost the other way, isn't it? That if you don't do that, you will be assessed.
Correct.
So, I mean, it's a little different approach. And I kind of agree with Commissioner Justice. I don't like it. Commissioner Peters?
So you're not doing that second part where you're giving everybody a bonus?
No.
You're not doing that at all? So it's
this would
strictly
be
the vaccine, and it's $500?
$750, and it would be for any county employee, which would include sheriff's office, all of our employees.
You know, I'm not sure where I stand on that. I get the wellness point. It's a serious disease. There's no question. Herd immunity is supposed to be at 70%. And on the data you gave me on the 8th, we're over 69% with one shot. Several countries just went with one shot. They didn't do the 2 shots. So we should be. It's surprising that we had the spike we had, because we should be at that 70% at this point. And if in fact herd immunity is at 70%, I'm just not sure that this is what we need to be doing at this point. So I'm kind of on the fence on this. You know, clearly everybody else is good on their decision, but I'm not sure that I'm completely there.
Oh, Commissioner Seal, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I just raised my hand. So I think in this case, you know, the carrot is better than the stick, and that the Delta, as we have more variants, they may push the issue of herd immunity into a different corner. So I just think that given some of the estimates that we've read in the newspaper of there is still a significant need, I believe, in our employee population to try to encourage that that this is accomplished, just for wellness and for safety of other employees and workforce. So, action.
Go ahead. Commissioner Long.
Yes, and I have thought a lot about this ever since Barry spoke to me about it. And I think if you take the total number of employees that we have that are part of county government, including all of our constitutionals, those are the folks that have a huge impact on the interactions with children, whether it's the parents, the grandparents, aunts, uncles, whatever. We're all coming in contact with a child that's in a public school system at some point along the way. And I think the more we can ensure that the adults are doing the right thing and not out there, spreading this awful, horrific virus to our kids, the better off our whole community is going to be. So I am very much in support of it. And I hope that our actions will encourage other governmental entities who are receiving this extra one-time money to consider doing the same thing, especially the school boards. So that's all I have to say about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think when we talked, Barry, one-on-one, that you mentioned other community, and I'm not sure it was a county, but some other group that had done an incentive program. And for the life of me, I have a hard time understanding why, money's going to make the difference, but go figure. That was successful in doing this. When they did this incentive, that it did make a difference.
Tampa Airport, they provided a cash incentive of $1,000, and they're over 91% vaccinated.
And again, we didn't know where they started because nobody doesn't know that information. But
and it is unfortunate. I mean, certainly there's different philosophies, and there's those that do not believe in the vaccine, they're not going to get vaccinated. But there's others where they're kind of agnostic about it, and don't think it's that serious or whatever. And And there's a lot of studies that said that a cash incentive would cause them to take action. And I think that's, that's one person that, may not be infected as a result of them getting vaccinated. And so.
Just one more.
Yeah.
What's the timeline?
Well, coming into this meeting, I would have told you that, and then I've seen some letters from some of the Constitution officers regarding timelines and things like that. I want to refine it. I want to give them a little bit of time, a week or two, to make a decision, and then it takes about, if they get the Moderna, a month because of the time periods. So probably, the 6-week time period. But I have to make some. If you've just went through the monoclonal treatment, then it's a 90-day wait period. So then we're going to say that if you show proof of that, then you're still eligible. So there's some nuances we have to refine.
Right, but outside of those special cases that you just mentioned, the idea is to get it, expedite it, get it done. We're not talking March and April of next year.
No, we're giving you a week or two to make a decision, and
Okay.
otherwise, if you only get one shot and you don't get it inside that window, you don't get this one-time incentive.
And just to reaffirm that other amount that you were looking for, you're not looking
I'm
for
not.
that. And I think we went from, I'm not quite sure why we're going, I mean, most of the communities around are doing $500 for this. I mean, I've seen it across the state in different places. What's the thought process behind, $750?
People are doing it a different way. So in Pasco, for instance, they did a $500 if you worked for the past year for incidental expenses and things that you had. So they gave $500 for that and $500 additional if you received the vaccine. Okay, so they did 1,000. In Hills, so that's where you're getting differences. So the ones that are doing 500 for the shot, they also had a difference for a one-time reimbursement of extra cost. And so we just kind of split the baby on that. It's not, there's no earth science. I really wanted to put it to be an incentive to get the vaccine. So however, whatever you want to call it, I mean, we've got an issue, and I wanted to incentivize it enough to cause action. And that's where we come up with that.
I've heard a couple concerns and not comfortable, and a couple yeses, and
I haven't counted to 4, so
Yeah.
I'm nervous.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I just need to see 4 hands. I've got 1, 2, 3, Pat's
5.
4.
Okay.
So, all right.
So my intent is I'll bring back a resolution authorizing this. I would like to go ahead, and after I get these details worked out, announce it to our employees to get this moving. And then I'll bring back a concurrence resolution. We won't actually make the transfer until, November, December, after they've certified, and we won't transfer the cost until then, so.
Before Christmas.
The check could be in like late November or early December, I think. But we're going to give them a date that we have to have the paperwork in and certify it, and yeah, they'll get it before Christmas, but I want the department to certify back to me before I actually transfer funds. They shouldn't have a problem because it's in the beginning of the fiscal year. I don't have to advance funds.
And so that notification that we're talking about is going to go to somebody outside the county, and then we're going to get confirmation on who to get the checks to.
No, it'll actually, the employees will come through their HR.
Okay, HR.
And most of them will come through the centralized HR. Some departments have their own HR. The sheriff has his own. And so it'll be treated as a health record for the same, and offered the same protections for that information. But then they'll work with payroll to actually make that transfer.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we're moving on to item 7, which is our capital improvement program.
Up is Jackie Trainer.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome, Jackie.
Jackie Trainer with the Office of Management and Budget. And we're going to talk about the capital improvement program today and how a project actually gets in the capital plan. There's been a lot of questions about how we prioritize our projects. So What you see across there, that's really the path that a project takes to get programmed into the capital plan. We start out with a department needs database, which really is a central area that the departments keep all their potential projects, their mapping, could come from citizens' input, long-range transportation plan, watershed management plans, and so forth. And so we're going to go into a little more detail of each one of these steps. The second one is a program prioritization, and this is where a department will take that needs database, and by program, they have a prioritization process. And that's going to be different by the program. Like the pavement management index is one way to do the resurfacing. You have the sidewalk gaps. You have environmental lands acquisition. So each program is going to have a specific prioritization process. Once they've done their program prioritization, they decide, okay, we're going to go forward with funding this project. We're going to submit it to as a county project for funding, and they submit it on the OMB countywide CIP SharePoint as a project request. Okay, we want to go forward with this as a county project. At that point, our county prioritization process is we do have criteria that it's ranked on, and again, we're going to show you this in another slide. Criteria, we have review committees, quite a lengthy process that they go through, and it's reviewed by a staff level coordinating committee so that they can see any synergies across departments. It's cross-departmental. If a project's going on in a certain area, what else do we have going on in that area, or what is already in that area, so that we're not, so to speak, putting in pipes after we've just paved the road. And so we, after that, we go to allocate resources and budget, which is basically our budget process, and then we have our CIP, our draft CIP plan. So our first couple of steps, the first two circles, were the department's needs database. Again, that's that central location where the departments, with all the input that they get, whether, again, it's master plans, watershed management plans, long-range transportation plans, they keep that in their needs database, and they go through this program prioritization. And I'm going to go through a couple of the programs as examples. Excuse me. So prioritizing our transportation needs, that involves many partners. And one of our main partners is Forward Pinellas. We have the county's long-range transportation plan, which is then incorporated into the statewide transportation improvement program. We also have the bicycle and pedestrian master plans. Public involvement, the Pinellas Citizens Value Survey, citizens' requests, safety audits and studies, and of course, our staff is out there. They see a lot of what is needed in the community, and they get a lot of community input to know what the needs of our citizens are. What you see on the slide is two examples, one for the pavement management system and one for the sidewalk gaps. And you can see the journey that even a resurfacing project takes, where we have the pavement management system, but we also have a pavement technical committee that ranks and prioritizes that. And from there, it goes on either to a maintenance job, or it could be programmed in as a capital project. Likewise, for the sidewalk gaps, there is a ranking and prioritization based on that criteria. You can see some of that listed there, and it will go on either to maintenance or it becomes a capital project.
And Barry, just as an example, on the sidewalk, we're taking some ad valorem tax dollars to some of the reserves to catch up. But we're also going to start implementing an annual sidewalk gap, or I'm not even talking gaps. I'm talking about the issues that we have.
Right. So as part of the budget you're approving, it includes both one-time money coming from reserves to go into our transportation trust funds to get them caught up, an additional crew to be able to keep from getting behind in the future, and then that will allow us to maintain that.
But that $4 million is for the problem areas that we have, not sidewalk gaps.
Not sidewalk gaps.
Okay. Thank you.
That's it. That's an existing backlog.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought Commissioner Steele had a question. The next slide talks about the stormwater needs and how that's prioritized. The Public Works Stormwater and Vegetation section investigates and implements the stormwater improvement projects, which are those projects like flood control, water quality, erosion control, and pipe rehab. Those projects are identified through watershed management plans, stormwater management plans, the total maximum daily load implementation plans. Of course, we work with planning and economic development on the local comprehensive plans. Again, citizens' input, service requests, safety audits. So there's a lot of public involvement, a lot of cross-departmental involvement. And in this case, as you can see on the slide, those are then ranked by what's called a best management practices prioritization tool. I believe you all have heard about the BMP tool. And that assigns scores to projects depending on various factors such as number of structures to be removed from the floodplain, amount of habitat and protection and restoration, the level of water quality benefit provided, and a cost-benefit analysis. And then it goes to the Stormwater Technical Committee, and their prioritization process involves performing condition assessments of existing infrastructure and engineering evaluation to determine the level of service.
And just one question. So when you go back to the original slide that you had, we're still in that program prioritization.
Yes.
Because at some point, a 16th rank in one area still may be higher than a 5th rank in another area once you do the county prioritization.
Right. So we're still at the second
Gotcha.
circle, the program prioritization,
yeah.
where within the department, each program is done a little differently.
Okay, thank you.
This slide is about the prioritizing the environmental lands acquisition. And as you all are very familiar with, we have allocated about $15 million with the Penny for environmental lands acquisition opportunities. There have been over 60 parcels identified that comprise about 330 acres. And as you know, that list is very fluid. It can change quickly. Prioritization criteria and the process was developed. I believe this was presented back in February. And really what the process is showing is how that's ranked and potential priority for real estate evaluation. So those come through that way. And also, as you're familiar with, we recently contributed $3.5 million for the Gladys Douglas property in Dunedin, and actually are probably going to get reimbursed about $1.5 million from the Florida Communities Trust, a Florida Forever grant. So again, we're still at the program level. For utilities, a lot of master plans, wastewater collection program, water master plan, the North and South County reclaimed water master plans, South Cross and Dunn master plans. So coming out of those master plans, there's a lot of recommendations, and staff has to review that to see, same thing, prioritize and figure out what gets funded, what has to go into the CIP.
And some of those utilities are just, they're funded from within. They don't become part of the penny funding.
No, this one they are an enterprise fund, and they fund their own projects.
I mean, I know this is CIP, so it's all of it.
It's all encompassing. Okay. So this, again, still at the program level. And then I also wanted to include the enterprise asset management system, because this will be important for our future forecasting of our capital plan. We're nearly completed with implementing CityWorks, and the next steps will be, how do we use that tool for asset life cycle, the level of service, and key performance indicators, so that we can have proactive CIP project planning and replacement. So we go from reactive to planning and predictive of our assets. And I also need to mention our housing and economic development capital projects, because as you know, they also have a application process, even though that is a countywide investment off the top of our penny. We have the employment sites program, where we have gone through the first application process. I believe they brought that to the board in July. And the second application process recently completed, and we'll be reviewing those, and they'll be bringing those back to the board. So that's also a prioritization process, just like the housing has an application process. They have actually done 3 rounds of applications. 4 projects have been approved, and then beginning in June, they're accepting applications at any time, subject to funding availability. So again, just another example of another prioritization process to approve projects. Now we'll go to the next level. So now we get to a county level where departments have done their needs database, they've looked at their programs and prioritized those, and now they're ready to submit it as a project request. In OMB, we have a CIP SharePoint. It's a countywide SharePoint for all of our departments, and the department will submit that as a project request. And the project request is pretty detailed. It gets a lot of information. This is some of the criteria that's on there. And we do have a consistent, consistent criteria that they're looked at. And the review process is, we start out with the CIP Coordinating Committee, which is the staff level, cross-departmental, so that Public Works can see what Utilities is doing, Utilities can see what Public Works is doing. We can make sure that we are, have any synergies on projects, what's going on in that area. Am I timing my project the same as you are? Am I putting pipes in before you're doing your road project? And it's really been beneficial from the coordination side. For example, we had a utilities relocation project come through, and by other departments looking at it, somebody was like, hey, don't we have a sidewalk project going on in there? And don't we have a resurfacing project going on? And it really worked out well because we actually did some missing sidewalk segments.
You know, when we have residents call in about something, and when they reach out to staff, they find out that their project is like 4 years away instead of like now. So I think it's really important that as we pull these projects together and prioritize them and county level prioritization, that we have the real explanation behind it so that when our residents reach out, we don't tell them, well, it's just the year. It's like, I had an instance where a community hasn't had their roads done probably in 35 years. Surprisingly in decent shape given that, but they definitely need it. And Tom Washburn did a really nice job. Not that they're happy with the response, but he did a nice job in terms of showing neighborhoods that they could go look at and compare to their own just to get an idea why they might not be prioritized as high. So I think having explanations why our projects are where they are so that we can do that tell that to our public is really important.
Okay. And a lot of that, like the sidewalks and the resurfacing, is really at the program level, where you would get that detail, where you get the detailed list of sidewalks and the detailed list of resurfacing.
It's amazing how they can at least, folks can understand, they may not like it again, but they can at least understand the rationale behind it.
Right.
You know, so the more we have that available to our directors or whoever gets back to our residents.
Yeah, and I think of it even with this, with the criteria, which is my next slide. I feel like it's the best staff recommendation based on a set of criteria that looks at it holistically. You know, and you have the ranking to back that up, that this was based upon this, excuse me, criteria. So the requests go through the staff level coordinating committee. It then does go to the directors at the CIP action team, that's the director level, and then it will go to the governance committee, which is county administration, and it comes to the board with the budget approval. These are the prioritization criteria that the projects go through on the county level. And the way it's done on the request form is the person inputting the request, they have to pick a statement of how the project best fits this criteria. And there's a scoring in the background. So basically, I can't say, oh, I think my project's a 10, and just pick a 10. I have to say it's near end of useful life, or doesn't impact asset preservation or anything like that, because asset preservation is one of our priorities. We want to take care of our current assets, make sure we're replacing important infrastructure that's near its end of useful life. And again, it's a consistent way to rank these projects more than just looking at a description. But I also want to mention that it's just a method for decision makers. It is not the decision-making tool. We could have a project that ranks very low with prioritization criteria, but it's a real important need for the community or one of our municipality partners. So again, there's a lot more that goes into that decision-making process, just like we have a list of penny projects that we said we would do. Right now, that's our priority for penny funding. And I'll get to that in a minute. But again, this is a good way for us to say, this is how we rank the project. Is this necessarily the project that goes forward? And that's up to the decision makers. After all of that, we do go through the budget process to allocate resources, what is available in our funding to meet those needs. We look at grant opportunities. And what is the operating budget impacts? If we build this project, can we maintain it and operate it perpetually? It's a main consideration of when you're going to build a capital project. Like during rough times, do we build a new park? I don't know. That's, as those of you that were here during Penny 3, unfortunately, it was the nice to have stuff that got cut. So this list kind of does a combination across the bottom. You'll see the 6 circles. That's basically our portfolio management process for the CIP. It goes through the steps of the department's needs database, the program prioritization, and county prioritization on through putting it in the CIP plan. The large circle is our budget process. The CIP is a 6-year plan, but the first year of the plan is part of the approved budget. So that is the appropriation that's updated annually. So to talk about the penny, it is approved for 10 years, as you know. And when we were here in June for the budget information session, we talked about our balancing the penny strategy. And during the education campaign back in 2017, we did come up with a list of categories and projects. And we feel that that is our main focus in prioritizing the penny, is to make sure that these projects are in our plan and are funded in our plan. And what we did last year, we at least got them built in with design. Some of them have construction built in, but we want to go back and revisit that. We want to get some preliminary estimates on construction for the ones that don't have construction.
And that's going to be real important, as we said, because of, a lot of times, as I'm kind of learning what was occurring in 2017, it was non-engineering and capital people giving you an idea of what they thought it would cost. And so having that preliminary and scoping that project is key, because that's where we also get scope creep. And people now come back a few years later and say, well, no, I wanted it paved in gold rather than dirt, and so that's where this preliminary piece is going to set the stage for what we can accomplish through the rest of this penny. And so these preliminary estimates and what they've been funding under these design over this next year is really going to set the stage.
But as you said, there's no guarantees going forward, right? I mean, in 3 years, things can change again. So,
but when we get those valuations back, now it'll at least enable us to start budgeting project dollars. Yeah. And until we know what that is, it's very hard to say your project can be in the out years or not, dependent upon the dollars available following that. And we've focused in on the internal asset management, and we focused in on the things that were promised as part of the penny. But there's a lot of other needs that are out there also.
It almost seems like we get about 90 million a year, more or less. I think that was the right number, but it's almost like you have to have 10% of that just set aside for, and not fully scoped, because there's going to be some overruns on estimates versus costs
and even managing the scope has been challenging, even for the ones, and I certainly don't get involved in that many of them, but especially community projects, keeping that scope down is key, because there's always a bigger need and things do change, and so you want to be flexible. At the same time, you got to be able to manage your budget.
And to that point, we do want to try to differentiate those that are very preliminary estimates so that we can at least get something for the forecast versus those that are really getting close to construction and we have a good idea of what that scope and what the construction estimates are. Even those that have construction estimates built in, are they sufficient? Because as we've seen, construction costs have really gone up. Then we're going to look at, okay, what is our gap? Just based on these preliminary estimates that we have, what's our gap compared to our projected revenue, and how can we bridge that gap? Consider other funding sources. I mean, you heard about the ARPA today. There's some opportunities there. There's probably some federal infrastructure bills coming by the end of the year, more grant opportunities. So, we want to see what other funding sources we could supplement our penny revenue with. And then basically, what are the projects that fall beyond that funding? Projects that were identified to be penny funded but weren't on this list. Do we have to just show those at this point as funding source to be determined? If they're an out-year project, is that something that can be programmed in when funding is secured, or it becomes a priority? Because the priorities of the community will change, and it'll be, decision makers will need to decide, do we move this project in and move this one out? And that's okay, and we'll just be transparent about documenting that, because there are some projects on this list that we may not need anymore. And we just need to look at that, review it, and bring that back. And each year, we will consider new requests. We work with our community partners. So all in all, really what it is we want to do the projects we said we would do, and we're preparing that report card for our next penny, is that, we want to complete as many of these projects that should be done. And so that's pretty high level of how a project gets in the capital plan.
Commissioner, yeah. Commissioner Justice said that there's the chairman's prerogative circle here somewhere, and I don't see that in here, so.
Yeah, maybe we have to build that step in, huh?
Yeah, I think he says that starts next January.
Those are even numbered years only.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, any questions? Yes, Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Just remind, what are we getting per penny intake as far as income?
Per year? It is about 90 to 100 million a year. And I know you were talking about the revenue loss earlier. 2020 was down about 5% from 2019, but now where we're at in 2021 is we're almost 10% up over 19. So it's like we've recouped what we lost in 20.
And are we still estimating a third of that is paid by tourists?
Roughly.
Give or take?
Yes.
Obviously,
Not last
a little bit different
Yeah.
than last year, but, well,
Well, that's
maybe.
not true. Yeah, maybe.
I mean,
Yeah.
we
It might,
more.
actually, last year might have been better
We had
because of
time
the
up this
increase
year.
in.
We had odd time full vacancies at our hotels,
Yeah.
and would have just saw the email come across that we had a record month again, so. All right, thank you.
Anybody else on any questions, comments? Thank you, Jackie. Appreciate
Thank
it. Okay, before we jump into agenda briefing, before we leave all these topics, anybody have any? I think you had raised your hand, and I skipped you. Sorry. Did you have something?
Yeah, I've got a thought still on the American Rescue Plan. So we started with going back to the rollback rate. And then we ended up not going to the rollback rate because we were going to put $12 million in the Transportation Trust Fund. And I had a problem with that because we're only putting that transportation, that $12 million on the backs of property owners, not tourists, not renters. So all the people that do the wear and tear on the roads are not contributing to that $12 million. So I don't understand, since you're doing sidewalks and roads, why you don't just take $12 million out of that $189 million and put that in the Transportation Trust Fund and give our citizens that break. Now, we're not giving them a tax break. We're only going to make them pay what they paid last year, instead of making them pay more than what they paid last year and give the citizens a break. I think it's so well-deserved. They've had unemployment. Their businesses have struggled. Businesses are still struggling. Businesses are still having trouble getting staffing. And I just don't understand why we would not take that $12 million and then go back to the rollback rate. You talked about how we're paying for the police cameras and all that stuff. We should be giving the taxes back to our citizens, and we got this gift of $189 million, and why aren't we using it for that? And that's just my thought. I still think we should be going back to the rollback rate. I don't think we should be raising taxes on our citizens after what they've been through in the last year and a half, and I think that that's something we should seriously consider.
And I made that comment a little earlier that, I mean, I was asking what our shortfall was last year because less driving, right? I mean, that was certainly, there was, and we heard that over and over, that our gas tax fund was, it's got to be fixed anyway, but just based on the system that we have now, that there was definitely a shortfall that we talked about that these monies could be used for in this current year's budget. So I don't think it's, at least, I don't know if it gets us, how far back it gets us, you know, in terms of that shortage, but to me, it's certainly a valid consideration. So, but it may just, you know, you got to have four that believe. So
that will be on for discussion next Tuesday.
Yep.
All right, ready to go to the agenda? All right.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, so go through, we have reports for filing, miscellaneous items received for filing. First item is item number 11, ranking of firms with 8 firms for mechanical, electrical, plumbing, professional engineering services. This is establishing each firm at $500,000 for a total of $4 million. You can see the rest within, located within. This is our internal administrative services, our capital improvement program. Item number 12 is delegated items for the administrator. Item 13 is a fiscal year 21 general fund budget, unanticipated revenues from the Department of Treasury. This is for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. This is our paying ourselves back for the ERAP program and the Red Tide. So it's these 2 items that we're getting reimbursed for.
That's a larger number than we were even or were you expecting $3 million?
No, we were expecting that. I mean, we had to give, you know, St. Petersburg a piece of that, and
that's right.
and then again, this is 2 pieces, both the ERAP and Red Tide. So, then Public Works, we got community development, block grant mitigation. This is for this is second part of the vulnerability assessment. Item 15 is the ranking of firms for professional engineering services pertaining to the waste energy plant over the next 5-year period. Item number 16 is a sub-recipient grant with the Gulf Consortium for funding. This is for the, let me see what this is for. I heard, come on up. I usually make notes. I didn't make notes on that one.
Good afternoon, Jill Silverboard, Deputy County Administrator. This is actually a grant application to pay for the engineering work related to those 15 manufactured housing locations.
Oh, okay.
And then the number you saw earlier this afternoon in the ARPA presentation would be what we think is going to be the cost to implement. But this grant's available now. We want to go for it.
Okay. That is item 16. Okay.
Under item number 17, this is your monthly report of lawsuits that we have received. There are 3 lawsuits. One is relates to a sewage backup, and 2 are trip and falls.
Hey, Barry, I'm sorry, just on number 15, I just don't want to dwell on it today, but we're looking for $21 million, the upset limit over 5 years. And I know it's within that 5-year period that our revenue streams change pretty dramatically. At some point, are we going to be looking back at that?
It's actually in his rate projections, and so they have factored in that kind of lost revenue and how that changes. That's the reason, if you recall, we started ramping up the tipping fees to account for that, and they wanted to do it that in an incremental manner rather than kind of all at once when we got to that point.
Thanks, Barry.
Item 18 is a change order with Manhattan Construction. This is our design build for services for St. Petersburg Justice Courts Consolidation Project. And there were some change order adds, $375,000 due to unforeseen conditions. We've talked about some of those, mainly asbestos issues. Item 19 is interlocal agreement between the Sheriff's Office and St. Pete Clearwater International Airport. Item 20 is funding agreement with Homeless Leadership Alliance for bridge housing and emergency shelter. This is for case managers, shelter beds, and leased apartments with St. Vincent de Paul. Item 21, this is interlocal agreements with public defenders for the jail diversion and juvenile crossover, case management, a therapist, and information technology position. This is a continuation. Item 22 is an interlocal agreement with Hillsborough County, the City of St. Petersburg, City of Tampa for the Cross Bay Ferry, and Jill sent you a report on that. Item number 23 is a road transfer agreement with City of Tarpon Springs for a change in maintenance of a particular section. 24 is declaration of surplus easements and assignment of easements to the City of Tarpon Springs related to the same item. Item 25 is amendment to the fire protection districts. So we pay a portion of the cost for the items that are listed as per our agreements. And so this is a Marine Rescue Unit, a support vehicle, and fire apparatus.
Under item number 26, I'm asking for authority to file suit. This is a matter related to the jail campus infrastructure project. We are requesting authority to file suit on that matter. It's a construction-related project, and I encourage any of you that might have questions to contact me between now and Tuesday. Under 27, that is the redistricting update placeholder that we have. I don't really have anything to report to you now. Really hasn't been much happening, at least in regards to your board, since the last update. If that changes between now and Tuesday, I'll certainly advise you on Tuesday.
They're meeting weekly?
They're not meeting weekly. I believe their next meeting is the beginning of October.
Oh. Wow.
I will have a county administrator's report. I'll have an update, or a health update at that, a COVID update at that point. Then the rest are appointments. Appointments to Suncoast Transit Authority Board. Appointment to South St. Petersburg Redevelopment Citizens Advisory Committee. Appointment to Suncoast Health Council. Reappointments to the Pinellas County Construction Licensing Board. And that concludes the agenda, except for the last item, 33, be my review and see if I still have a job.
Yes, go ahead.
Will we get the packet of reviews, individual commissioner reviews before that?
I'm sorry, say that again.
For item 33, we all submitted our reviews to the chairman's office.
Yeah, that should be, do you know when we're supposed to get that?
I can forward them to them. I thought they were going to be uploaded. Yeah, we're waiting for the summary. I don't have that.
Oh, the summary of cross, is that what the, okay. The rest of them? Yeah.
And then she'll upload it all.
Yeah, we were waiting on the summary of all of us on a page together. You know how they do that summary thing? But as soon as we'll send out the other stuff. You already have that though, right? Okay, so you just, okay. Thank you, Commissioner Justice.
That's all I got.
Anything else? Okay, appreciate everybody being here today. We are adjourned and see everybody on Tuesday.